Before we begin, delegates, please remove your electronic devices from your desk. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, delegates. Welcome to the 2024 Icm Model UNESCO Conference. My name is Honu Hwang, and it's my great honor to serve you as a chair for the next two conference days.
My name is Anjas Asman Mubarak, serve as director.
My name is Changmin Lee, who is CGIP's secretary.
My name is Antonina Maswan, serving as the Assistant Director General.
The House, please come to order. The committee is now officially in session. The session will begin by conducting a roll call. When the chair calls out the delegations in alphabetical order, please respond by raising the placards high and saying present or present and voting. Please remind it that delegates who have stated present and voting will not be able to abstain during the conference proceeding. Delegates who arrive after the roll call should notify his or her presence by sending the chairs a note through the staff. Delegate of Chile. Delegate of Côte d'Ivoire. Delegate of Finland.
Present.
Delegate of Iran. Delegate of Jamaica.
Present.
Delegate of Kenya.
Present.
Delegate of Qatar. Delegate of Qatar.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Russian Federation.
Present.
Delegate of Spain. Delegate of Sri Lanka. Delegate of Turkmenistan.
Present.
Delegate of Ukraine.
Present.
Delegate of United Kingdom.
Present.
Delegate of Venezuela.
Present.
With 14 out of 14 delegates present, the committee has met the quorum. The session will now begin. At this point of time, are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Motion to open a general speakers list for the total for individual speaking time of 2 minutes to deliver opening speeches.
Thank you, Delegate. The motion has been recognized. However, the chair will not entertain. The chair highly recommends the motion to set the agenda. Being said, are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to set the agenda for debate. For the debate, thank you.
Delegate, please state the agenda.
The agenda is discussing sports as a tool for sustainable development.
Thank you, Delegate. There has been a motion to set the agenda to discuss the adoption of Fit for Life Alliance and its key areas of intervention. The chair would like to entertain 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against this motion. Delegates wishing to speak for this motion, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Given the importance of this current agenda in making sure that the UNESCO CGIPs are going as planned in the Fit for Life Alliance, the Delegate of Finland would like to ensure that there is a discussion regarding the several priority subtopics of this topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak for this motion, please raise your placards high. Seeing none, delegates wishing to speak against this motion, please raise your placards high. Seeing none, the committee will move on to the voting procedure upon setting the agenda to adoption of the Fit for Life Alliance and its key areas of intervention. This is a procedural vote that requires a simple majority. No abstentions are allowed. Administrative staff, please secure the meeting room. Note passing will be temporarily suspended. Those wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your placards high. Those wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. The House will conduct a revote since not all delegates present have cast their votes. Delegates, please, there has been an announcement to use the microphone and speak louder. Those wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your placards high. Those wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. Delegates, please note that abstentions are not allowed for the following voting procedure. Those wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your placards high. With the overwhelming majority, the motion to set the agenda has passed. The committee will now move on to the opening speeches. The opening speech will be entertained alphabetically, and the speaking time will be set to 2 minutes. The remaining time will be automatically yielded back to the chair. Before we begin, note that the consultative members may or may not entertain the opening speech. In regards, I would like to ask you if you like to deliver an opening speech. If so, please indicate your intention by raising your placards, and we will proceed accordingly. So, consultative members, please raise your placards if you wish to entertain your opening speech. Thank you. Your speech will be entertained once all the delegates have entertained their opening speeches. Delegate of Chile, please approach the podium. Delegate of Chile, you now have the floor.
Distinguished chairs and delegates, it is an honor to take the floor today on behalf of Chile. As Chile's delegate, we're honored to address the importance of sports and UNESCO Fit for Life Alliance program. Sports serve as a powerful tool for promoting physical and mental well-being, fostering teamwork and instilling essential life skills. The Fit for Life Alliance initiative, championed by UNESCO, focuses on key pillars such as gender equality, youth empowerment, quality physical education, safeguarding inclusion of persons with disabilities, and anti-racism. Gender equality in sports is fundamental as it ensures that individuals of all genders have equal opportunities to participate and engage in athletic determination. By breaking down gender barriers, we are creating a more inclusive and fair sporting environment that benefits society. Youth empowerment through sports is crucial in nurturing the next generation of leaders, instilling values of teamwork, constancy, and resilience that will serve them well beyond the playing field. Encouraging a healthy lifestyle and promoting essential life skills like self discipline, goal settings, and perseverance requires high quality physical education. We can create a society that is healthier and more active by highlighting the values of physical education that involves community and schools. Additionally, sports anti-racism and initiatives are also crucial for eradicating prejudice and advancing inclusiveness and diversity, promoting harmony and understanding among people from different backgrounds. This requires establishment of a sport environment free from racism and prejudice. As a Chilean representative, let us stand united in the dedication to utilizing sports' transformative potential and the principle maintained by UNESCO Fit for Life Alliance program Together, we can create a more welcoming and peaceful future by fostering gender equality, giving youth more authority, making sure physical education is of high
Would the
quality.
delegate please come to her closing remarks?
Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Please return to your seat. Delegate of Cote d'Ivoire, you are now have the floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates. The delegation of Cote d'Ivoire is honored to join this vital discussion on utilizing sport as a tool for sustainable development and international health promotion and enhanced education are key to achieving sustainable economic growth and social inclusion, not just within our borders, but also the globe. Cote d'Ivoire is committed to strengthen international cooperation to address these pressing issues, also advocating for a unified global approach incorporating health, transportation, urban planning, and education sectors as outlined as in the Global Action Plan for Physical Activity for 2018 to 2030. As now the delegate of Cote d'Ivoire we urge and suggest every members of the state to adopt establishing basic standards based on quality physical education framework, which will provide tailored high standard physical education programs all the nations. Moreover, sport is not only a tool for just health, but also a bridge to sustainable development. Cote d'Ivoire is a commitment to this cause is evident in our reconstruction of key sports infrastructure. We do believe this will transform our nation into a regional sports hub and unlock new economic opportunities for marginalized communities. We call on the international community to partner in establishing similar things like across the Africa. In establishing fostering not only economic growth but also regional peace and cooperation as we move forward. Let us remember that thought sport. We can strengthen the fabric of our societies and build a healthier, more, more industrial future for all. Thanks for listening on me.
Thank you, delegate. Please return to your seat. Delegate of Finland, please approach the podium. You now have the floor.
Distinguished delegates. Distinguished delegates and honorable chair of the committee, this delegate stands before the committee today representing the Republic of Finland. Finland, as an endorser of the Fit for Life Alliance, strives to uphold the principles of Fit for Life and sustainable development, imbuing sports with inclusivity and fairness. While having made progress, Finland continues to face persistent challenges and discrimination based on gender and disabilities. Problems such as disparities between male and female physical activity, stagnancy in increasing leadership representations, and achieving parity in attention and compensation between genders reminds that all countries are not immune to the issues of discrimination. Despite these daunting challenges, Finland's quest for justice and fairness has continued in the form of action plans dedicated to discrimination and formal administrative strategies and research tailored to the specific context of sports. Significant strides have thus been made. Participation rates in sports between men and women have gradually improved and increased, and the gender gap in elite sports is closing. Initiatives such as the Act on the Promotion of Sports and Physical Activity ensure equality as a critical criterion for government support, while data-driven policies enable effective adaptation. Programs like Coach Like a Woman have
Thank you, Delegate. Please return to your seat. Delegate of Iran, please approach the podium.
Hello everyone, or as we say in Uzbek language or in the Persian, Assalamu alaikum. Iran is here with the hope to find a solution to a crucial issue like a discrimination. Ethnic minorities, women, and activities face daily challenges from unequal access to education and sports to restrictions on their basic human rights. This ongoing discrimination is not just a national problem, but a global concern. As a solution, I propose stronger internet cooperation to support local civil society organizations fighting for reform. Today, as we discuss solutions to these issues, let us remember that real people's lives are at the center of our debates. Together, we can push for a future where equality and fairness are not just ideals, but realities for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Please return to your seat. Delegate of Jamaica, please approach the podium. You now have the floor.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, Jamaica stands before you with a message of hope and action. We believe in a transformative power of sports, especially QPE, to drive sustainable development. As a nation known for producing world-class athletes, Jamaica understands directly the transformative power of sports. Our national sports policy provides a comprehensive framework for sports development. Through plans like National Sports Policy, School Sports Program, and Sports for Peace Initiative, we aim to harness this potential. Yet, we recognize that challenges remain. Many nations, including our own, struggle with limited resources, wrong infrastructure, and inequalities in sports access. To address this, Jamaica proposed first establishing global fund for sports development to support infrastructure and programs. Second, increasing investment in sports exchange programs and training to share global knowledge. Let us commit today to placing sports and QP at the heart of our development strategies. Let us invest in the power of play to build more equitable, healthy, and peaceful world. Jamaica stands ready to work with all nations toward this noble goal. Together, we can run the race towards sustainable development and win. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Please return to your seat. Delegate of Kenya, please approach the podium. You now have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity. Kenya need to build a new order to achieve SDGs halted by COVID-19. For this, sport will play a key role through the People Life Initiative. Kenya has committed to the development of sport through sports legislation. In particular, as long as Kenya signed the UN Framework on Climate Change, Sports for Climate Action Framework. First, Kenya lacks data on physical activity levels across all age groups. This lack of data creates funding challenges. According to UNESCO's investment in sport report, scaling up investments through data-driven financing approaches is essential for People Life Alliance. Therefore, Kenya advocates for a paradigm shift in investment through the development of integrated data systems. Second, sports education in Kenya is perceived as an after-school subject. Therefore, sports are excluded from the importance of subjects regarded as academic. So, Kenya advocates for the adoption of the sport values circuit for teachers developed by UNESCO to all ministries of education in the country. This will lead to gradual change in the perception of sport education for sustainable development. Third, Kenya has achieved success in hosting the Africa Cup of Nations through Kenya Vision 2030 and the Talented Hela initiative. But Kenya still suffers from unequal sports facilities. According to UN Habitat, quality sports infrastructure is essential for sustainable studies. So Kenya urges that UNESCO, UN Habitat, and UNDP set up building sports infrastructure for sustainable cities into a global joint initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Please return to your seat. Delegate of Qatar, please approach the podium. You now have the floor.
Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, as a delegate of Qatar, I'm honored to speak on the vital role of sports in promoting sustainable development. Sports, particularly global events like the FIFA World Cup, have the power to foster cultural understanding, diplomatic relations, and economic growth. However, we must ensure that this event also prioritizes human rights and labor welfare. The 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar was a milestone, not only as a first in a Muslim-majority nation, but as an opportunity to showcase how sports can act as a platform for positive change. Qatar implemented significant labor reforms, such as abolishing the kafala system and establishing a minimum wage, which was praised internationally. Additionally, Qatar's cultural help bridge global understanding by showcasing Arab and Islamic traditions, creating mutual respect between visitors and locals. Environmental sustainability was also a key focus. With innovation like Stadium 974, a fully demountable stadium built with shipping container, and effort in waste reduction, solar power usage, and public transport expansion. In conclusion, while sports have immense potential to drive sustainable development, we must continue to push our reform, ensuring that global events uphold human dignity, labor rights, and environmental sustainability. Let us work together to harness the power of sports to build more inclusive world. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Please return to your seat. Delegate of Russian Federation, please approach the podium. You now have the floor.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the Russian Federation reaffirms our strong belief in the power of sport as a tool for sustainable development. Recognizing that sports transcend borders, we fully believe that through cooperation, sports can promote health, education, and unity, helping us achieve the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Mindful of our commitment to SDG 3, good health and well-being, Russia has emphasized investments in sports infrastructure, especially in rural areas. thereby improving public health across the nation. For SDG 4, quality education, our sporting reserve system has been endorsed as a model of integrating sports into education. These efforts develop not just athletes, but confident future leaders, enhancing both physical and mental resilience. Recognizing the impact of sports on global health, education, and peace, we urge all delegates to support our resolution and join the Fit for Life Alliance. As a global sports leader, Russia Federation is dedicated to increasing sports participation among vulnerable groups. This aligns with our broader goal of using sport to promote inclusion and sustainable development. Let us take into account the role of sport in shaping a better future where no nation and individual is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Please return to your seat. Delegate of Spain, please approach the podium. You now have the floor.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and esteemed guests. Hola a todos. Today, I stand before you representing Spain, a nation that has long believed in the transformative power of sports, not just for entertainment, but as a vital tool for shaping a more sustainable and inclusive future. From the streets of Barcelona to the fields of Bilbao, sports are deeply woven into the fabric of Spain's society, bringing communities together and fostering a shared sense of purpose. This belief was exemplified on the global stage by the historical first win of the FIFA Women's World Cup. As we gather here to discuss the Fit for Life Alliance, Spain stands ready to lead and collaborate in the promotion of physical activity as a key element of well-being, community cohesion, and environmental responsibility. Spain has made great strides through national and international initiatives, such as FC Barcelona's partnership with UNICEF, which focuses on using sports to promote education, life skills, and social inclusion for children in developing countries, with more than 3 million and counting children. However, like many nations, we face challenges in providing sports access to disadvantaged communities. We can address this by partnering with EU states to expand grassroots sports and leveraging the Erasmus Plus program for gender equality and health initiatives. Finally, we propose Global Sports Mentorship Network to foster collaboration between developed and developing nations. Through these efforts, we can create a more inclusive and sustainable future for athletes worldwide. In closing, Spain believes that the values of sport, sustainability, and solidarity are inseparable. We are committed to working hand in hand with the international community to ensure that sport remains a powerful tool for sustainable development, accessible for everyone, leaving no one behind. As we say in Spain, el deporte es para todos. Sports is for everyone. Gracias.
Thank you, Delegate. Please return to your seat. Delegate of Sri Lanka, please approach the podium. You now have the floor.
Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates. The delegates of Sri Lanka have the privilege of representing Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka at this esteemed forum. Sri Lanka stands firm in its belief that sport is a powerful tool for sustainable development. By embracing the Fit for Life Alliance, we recognize the opportunity to address critical global challenges, including physical inactivity, mental health issues, and inequality. Sri Lanka's national sports policy reflects our belief that sport can foster social cohesion, promote inclusive development, and enhance community well-being. Through programs like UNICEF's Sport for Development, we have witnessed the direct impact of sport on our youth, particularly in empowering young girls and marginalized communities. Our national sports policy has already demonstrated the capacity of sport to empower youth and marginalized communities. However, rural areas in Sri Lanka still face challenges due to insufficient infrastructure, limiting widespread participation. While our current initiatives are impactful, they need stronger support and sustained investment to become truly sustainable. Looking ahead, Sri Lanka advocates for strengthened international partnerships to enhance capacity building, investment in grassroots sports initiatives, and greater inclusivity to ensure sports contribute to national unity and development. We believe that together we can harness the transformative power of sport to achieve the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Please return to your seat. Delegate of Turkmenistan, please approach the podium. You now have the floor.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, it's an honor to stand before you today as we gather to discuss the critical role that sport plays in shaping the future of our nation, Turkmenistan. In a world that is increasingly interconnected, sport transcends borders, language, and cultures, serving as a universal language that unites us all. Here in Turkmenistan, we have long recognized the power of sport to bring people together, to promote health, and to build a stronger, more cohesive society. Our commitment to advancing sport is not just about physical activity, it's about fostering a generation that is healthy, confident, and ready to lead. As we align our national sport policies with the Sustainable Development Goals, we are taking bold steps to ensure that every young person, regardless of their background or abilities, has access to the opportunities that sport provides. Through sport, we are advancing SDG 3 by promoting good health and well-being. We know that regular physical activity is a cornerstone of preventing non-communicable disease and enhancing mental health. In partnership with initiatives like UNESCO's Fit for Life, we are integrating sport into our national strategies to enhance health, education, and social inclusion. These initiatives provides us with a roadmap for using sport not just as a pastime, but as also a tool for holistic development, ensuring that our youth are not only physically fit, but also mentally strong, social engaged, and ready to take on challenge tomorrow.
In conclusion, we are here to refer the process of equipping young people with the skills, knowledge, and confidence to take control of their lives and make positive contributions to their communities. It involves fostering an environment where youth can develop their potential, express their opinions, and participate in decision making with the help of Feed for Life. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Delegate. Please return to your seat. Delegate of Ukraine, please approach the podium.
Honorable chairs and distinguished delegates, Ukraine stands here before you today as a nation deeply affected by conflict, but the ones who seeks hope and unifying power of sports. As Irina Mishranka, a Ukraine fitness trainer, said, "Sports gives me strength to live in these difficult times." This sentiment reflects both her resilience and the strength of the nation facing profound challenges. UNESCO Fit for Life Alliance represents a crucial initiative for Ukraine, harnessing sports as a tool for sustainable development, resilience, and recovery. With our sports infrastructure devastated and many athletes and displaced, the sports remains vital for fostering unity, promoting mental health, and rebuilding communities. In 2023, Ukraine signed a Memorandum of Understanding with the United Nations Development Programme
integrating sports into our national recovery efforts. This partnership focuses on youth inclusion, gender equality, and supporting marginalized groups, including war veterans and displaced persons. However, we cannot achieve these goals in isolation. Ukraine proposed 4 points in this conference. First, rebuilding sports infrastructure in conflict-affected areas, and the second is expanding cross-border sports diplomacy, and the third is advancing gender equality in sports, and the fourth is developing sports-based mental health programs for youth coping with trauma. Together, we can ensure that sports remains a powerful tool for sustainable development and peace building and recovery, not just for Ukraine, but for all of the world. Thank you.
Please return to your seat. Delegate of United Kingdom, please approach the podium.
Sport has the power to change the world, unites communities, and shapes who we are. Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, and distinguished guests. As the delegate of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, I stand before you today representing a nation that proudly carries the legacy of sports and its power to inspire the change. From football to cricket, sports runs through our veins, driving national pride and inspiring action. Today, the United Kingdom reaffirms its belief that sports and physical education are vital not only for individual development but also for building stronger, more inclusive societies. Our commitment is evident through recent reforms in physical education, including the government new sports strategy that make physical education compulsory for all students. Ensuring equal access to quality instructions. Initiatives like Change for Life inspire a nationwide movement towards healthier, more active lifestyles. However, we must do more. Sports extend beyond competition. They serve as powerful tools for youth empowerment, gender equality, and social inclusion. The UK is proud to support the Fit for Life Alliance, which aims to leverage sports to tackle these critical challenges in alignment with the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. To enhance our collaborative impact, UK supports the establishment of international hubs under Fit for Life Alliance. Let us elevate the role of sports and physical education, setting bigger roles and bigger goals. As the United Kingdom delegate, I want to conclude by stating that we stand united in this mission. United, we can make meaningful changes and transform our vision
Will the
into
delegate
reality.
please come to your closing
Thank
remarks? Thank you, delegate. Please return to your seat. Delegate of Venezuela, please approach the podium. You now have the floor.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates. The delegate of Venezuela is delighted and honored to be part of UNESCO Conference. Venezuela strives to solve the current issues we have been facing due to the lack of participation in sports, such as physical and mental health. Venezuela continues to work on strengthening international collaboration through the UNESCO Fit for Life Alliance, improving access to sports infrastructure, enhancing public health campaigns. We look forward to collaborating and cooperating with other governments, organizations, and public sector to promote sport participation. Venezuela's commitment to sport goes far beyond recreation. It is viewed as a vital tool for improving public health issues as well as a means of fostering social cohesion in a country where poverty is high. Despite these challenges, Venezuela remains clear in its belief that sport plays a crucial role in achieving sustainable development and improving the quality of life for its citizens. As an active member of UNESCO's Fit for Life Alliance, Venezuela is determined to have its voice heard, working collaboratively with other nations to adhere and to enhance international regulations. Venezuela will continue to dedicate the necessary resources and efforts to promote a healthier and united society through sports. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Delegate. Please return to your seat. The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, please approach the podium.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates and participants, it is an honor to stand before you as a representative of UNICEF. If you close your eyes and imagine a world where every child has a chance to play, dream, and thrive through sport, what emotions does this evoke in you? UNICEF believes sports are crucial for advancing children's rights and well-being. Through initiatives like Sports for Every Child campaign, we promote children's rights with sport. However, access to sport is still limited by environmental and socio-economic barriers. We closely collaborate with over 190 countries to address the issues. Through this, we aim to implement programs that enhance the role of sport in sustainable development, tailored to the specific conditions of each nation. Through sport, children learn values such as teamwork and respect that extend beyond mere physical activity, not only essential for sustainable development, but they also help them lead healthy, productive lives. UNICEF is committed to ensuring that every child can experience the true values of sport. Thank you.
Thank you. Please return to your seat. The UN woman, please approach the podium. You now have the floor.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, and distinguished colleagues, as a representative of UN Women, I stand before you today to highlight the critical intersection of sport, gender equality, and sustainable development. The Fit for Life Alliance provides a unique platform to harness the transformative power of sport, not just as a means for physical well-being, but as a powerful tool for social change and gender empowerment. Globally, we have witnessed how sport can break down cultural and societal barriers, offering women and girls the opportunity to challenge traditional gender norms and assume leadership roles both on and off the field. Studies from UN Women indicate that when girls participate in sports, they are more likely to stay in school, improve their academic performance, and become economically independent. However, despite these benefits, women's and girls' participation in sports remains significantly lower than that out of men, often due to structural inequalities, cultural constraints, and lack of resources. We must address these disparities. As we discuss UNESCO's Fit for Life Alliance, UN Women urged this body to prioritize three key areas of intervention as inclusive policy frameworks, safety and safeguarding, leadership and visibility. If we are to truly embrace sport as a vehicle for sustainable development, we must ensure that its benefits are equally distributed. Gender equality is not just a byproduct of development, it is a prerequisite for its achievement. I urge all delegates here today to embed these principles into resolution and actions of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Please return to your seat. The International Olympic Committee, IOC, please approach the podium.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and esteemed colleagues, as an observer representing the International Olympic Committee, I am honored to be part of this important discussion on sports as a tool for sustainable development and adoption of the Fit for Life Alliance. The IOC strongly believes that sport can promote not only physical health, but also social unity and economic growth. It is a tool that goes beyond borders, cultures, and socio-economic backgrounds. The Fit for Life Alliance aligns perfectly with our mission. Through sport, we can contribute to key areas of sustainable development, such as health and well-being. Sport encourages active lifestyles, and the IOC promotes physical activity through initiatives like Olympic Day for fostering a healthier world population. Moreover, sport teaches essential life skills such as leadership, discipline, and resilience, which empower the next generation to build a better, more sustainable future. Additionally, sport serves as a bridge into divided communities. The IOC has seen firsthand how sport can foster unity through the emotional dramas of the Olympics. The IOC is committed to working with global partners to ensure that sport continues to play a pivotal role in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Please return to your seat. Having entertained all the opening speeches, the chair will move on to the general speakers list. The chair will entertain any delegates wishing to express their opinions about the agenda for no more than 90 seconds. Please raise your placards high for delegates wishing to be added to the general speakers list. Delegate of Russian Federation, Delegate of Qatar, Delegate of Finland, in that order. Delegate of Russian Federation, you've been recognized. Delegate of Russian Federation, you may not approach the podium. You may speak at your seat. Delegate of Russian Federation, you must speak at your seat. You have 90 seconds.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates. The Russian Federation proposes a solution to enhance sustainable development through sports by ensuring accessibility for all, including the individuals with disabilities. Recognizing the role of sports in promoting inclusivity, Russia has advanced both traditional and digital sports platforms. Esports, officially recognized by the Russian government as a legitimate form of sports, offers significant opportunities for disabled individuals. The 2024 National Disabled Esports Tournament held in July featured events like wheelchair racing, indoor rowing, and cross-country skiing simulations. These competitions illustrate how virtual reality and movement-based console games can provide accessible and empowering opportunities for those who might face barriers in traditional sports. Aligned with UNESCO's goal of increasing participation in physical activities, Russia proposes expanding these digital sports opportunities as a part of broader strategy. Russia's investment in both physical and digital sports infrastructure will ensure that inclusivity remains a priority. This approach demonstrates Russia's commitment to playing sports a powerful tool for sustainable development, empowering all individuals and fostering more inclusive communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Honorable chairs and delegates, sports have the potential to play a vital role in achieving sustainable development goals, particularly in the area of culture, diplomacy, and economic growth. However, the challenges highlighted by events like Qatar World Cup show that more must be done to ensure that sports events contribute positively to human rights and labor conditions. It is essential to continue decisions on the role of sports in sustainable development and push for reform that will make global sport events platform for competitions and driver of social and economic justice. In this regard, this delegate thinks that we must leverage sports as a tool for sustainable development while addressing the challenges that arise. Governments, international organizations, and sports governing bodies must work collaboratively to ensure that sports remain a force for good, contributing to a more just, inclusive, and sustainable world. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. You have 31 seconds remaining. How would the delegate like to yield the remaining speaking time?
This delegate like to yield time to delegate of Chile.
That is an order. Delegate of Chile, you've been recognized.
Could you please repeat it?
Delegate of Qatar has yielded 31 seconds of remaining speaking time to the delegate of Chile.
We would like to send it to the chair.
That is an order. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Finland would like to thank all the countries for stating their stances and their priorities within the matter. And the delegate of Finland would like to suggest a way to progress with the agenda more in a structured manner. Given that the subtopics have overlaps, especially within the discrimination area with gender equality, racial equality, and disabilities, this seems that there is a common framework that delegates could work upon in a more condensed and effective manner. Similarly, QPE and youth empowerment has similar aspects within grassroots initiatives. So an informal meeting might be in order to gather freely and discuss universal issues first and structure a discussion moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. You have 50 seconds remaining. How would the delegate like to yield this remaining speaking time?
The delegate would like to yield this to any point of increase.
That is an order. Are there any POIs in the committee? Seeing none, the floor will be yielded back to the chair. Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you. The delegation of Jamaica firmly believes in transformative power of sports as a catalyst for achieving sustainable development. This can be reflected on our Jamaica Vision 2030, placing sports at the core front of our 31 area of focus, and would like forward to we'll be engaging youth population. Like Jamaica is known for having about 20% of youth, and Jamaica recognizes the unique opportunity sport present in various societal change while fostering personal communal development. And this aligns with our Agenda 2030. Jamaica stands firmly hold. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. You have 44 seconds remaining. How would the delegate like to yield this remaining speaking time?
I would like to delegate it for Islamic Republic of Iran.
Would the delegate of Iran accept the yielded time?
I would ignore. Not recognized.
The floor will be yielded back to the chair.
Yes.
The general speakers list has expired. At this point of time, are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Motion for a moderated caucus to open structured discussions on universal issues regarding the agenda for a total duration time of 20 minutes.
Delegate, please state the individual speaking time.
Unmoderated caucus.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
Motion to move on to moderate caucus for the purpose of sharing more ideas about the agenda. Individual speaking time 90 seconds and total duration time 20 minutes.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions in the committee? Seeing none, we will directly move on to the voting procedure for a unmoderated caucus for the purpose of structuring the debate for a duration time of 20 minutes. Administrative staff, please lock the meeting room. Note passing will be temporarily suspended. Those who wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your press eye. With the overwhelming majority, the motion automatically passes. The committee is now in an unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 20 minutes. Please be back to your seats by 11:17. Delegates, the use of electronic devices are strictly prohibited. Delegates, you have 3 minutes remaining. Delegates, you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, time's up.
Thank you, delegates. The time for the unmoderated caucus has now expired. Please be seated.
Delegates, please be seated. The time's up.
At this point of time, are there any motions or points on the floor? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move to a moderated caucus for the duration of 20 minutes with individual speaking time 90 seconds to discuss quality physical education.
Thank you, Delegate. That That's been recognized. Are there any other points or motions on the floor? Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
Motion to move on to unmoderated caucus for the purpose of sharing more ideas with delegates. Total duration time 20 minutes.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions on the floor? Seeing none, the committee will now move directly into voting procedure regarding the motion to move into an unmoderated caucus for the total duration time of 20 minutes for the purpose of sharing more ideas. Note passing will be temporarily suspended. Since this requires a procedural vote, abstention will not be allowed. Those wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your placard high. With the overwhelming majority, the motion automatically passes. The House will now committee is now in an unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 20 minutes. Delegates are free to move around and speak freely. It's prioritized after.
Point of order. The delegate of Spain says she was pushing for a moderated caucus, not an unmoderated caucus.
Okay, can I take my vote back because I heard the moderated caucus wrong?
Thank you, Delegate. That is an order. However, due to overwhelming majority, the motion automatically passes. Delegates, you have 3 minutes remaining. The time for the unmoderated caucus has expired. At this point of time, are there any points or motions in the floor? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to open a moderated caucus for the duration of 20 minutes with individual speaking time of 90 seconds for the purpose of discussing QPE.
Are there any other points or motions on the floor? Seeing none, the committee will directly move on to the voting procedure for a moderated caucus for the duration time of 20 minutes with individual speaking time of 90 seconds with the purpose of discussing QPE. Note passing will be temporarily suspended. Those wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your placards high. With an overwhelming majority, the motion automatically passes. The committee is now in moderated caucus with the duration time of 20 minutes with individual speaking time of 90 seconds. Please be reminded that the speeches should be limited to the purpose of the moderated caucus. With that being said, delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
The delegation of Spain believes that QPE is an important part of sustainable development in sports. Spain pushes for the importance of setting a global minimum standard for the implementation of sports and educational programs and the monitoring of its implementation internationally. Spain proposes the creation of an international network that pairs sports professionals from developed countries with those in developing countries to share the best practices and focus on long-term goals and sustainable solutions based on a case-by-case basis. Spain would like to hear suggestions and views from other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of the United Kingdom, you've been recognized. You now have the floor.
United Kingdom like to emphasize also on the critical role of QPE and fostering the quality education among youths. With the successful campaigns ongoing in the UK for PE for all the students and the campaigns, we want also with the Spain same creation of international hub to perform the facilitate dialogue between nations to share their practices and promote effective implementation. Also, we want cross-country partnerships where developing and undeveloped countries work together to improve sports infrastructures and opportunities, especially for the underrepresented groups. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your plate across high. Delegate of Finland, Delegate of Chile, Delegate of Kenya, Delegate of Sri Lanka, in that order. Delegate of Finland, you have been recognized.
In response to the delegate of Spain's question for opinions, the delegate of Finland agrees that there is a need for international standard. He suggests that there might be potential in international NGOs in providing a methodology for cross-country partnerships and perhaps international partnerships where experts could go into countries and establish decentralized organizations where locals are hired and focus and there is a concentration of investment within specific sports initiatives, whether that be QPE or not. That is up to them. But for the context of QPE, it will be basically about specific programs within municipalities, ensuring that there is a interconnection between embassies, other private organizations within the country, and the national government as well. The point here is that these models are supposed to focus on long-term sustainability, therefore having leadership that are more autonomous and eventually localized that allows nations to basically wean off of aid at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Chile, you've been recognized.
Thank you very much. So the delegate of Chile, we were trying to get idea based on already existent programs as the ASPN net and the open school programs, because one of the main problems that we have right now in the key PE is basically the lack of sufficient infrastructure to provide these kind of programs and the inadequate training for teachers. So the idea is basically trying to promote physical education between public schools and private schools, trying to foster social integrity, to integrate social different backgrounds, fostering the non-discrimination policies between them. But the main problem that we have right now is how to get funds, and we would like to get some ideas from the rest of the delegations of how can you think that we can get these problems and the funds for to use the idea in the purpose of promote quality physical education. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Sri Lanka, you've been recognized.
So compared to the other countries, Sri Lanka also same problem with the quality physical education. But due to the current economic crisis prevailing in the country, we have more concern about the funding to implement the current policies and procedures that we are already implemented for the improve the quality physical education. In that context, we are highly recommending for the regional and global partnerships with the other countries, especially the SAARC or the Commonwealth or that kind of nature, to technology transfer and also the human resource transfer and the increasing the potential of quality physical education in Sri Lanka. And it is not only to develop the Sri Lanka, but it can be transferred between both parties in a win-win situation, I think. And the in addition to that, the most of these kind of quality physical education can be today made through the online platforms, digital platforms. So developing that kind of platforms also between the countries will be effective for the addressing this issue. So those are our concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Kenya, you've been recognized.
In Kenya, sports is perceived as an extracurricular concept that complements the regular curriculum. The importance of sport is not clearly communicated to teachers, students, and parents because it is excluded from subjects that are considered academic in Kenya, and participation is not sufficiently supported. Therefore, Kenya advocate that sport values in every classroom toolkit developed by UNESCO be adopted by all ministers of education in the country. This will ensure that teachers themselves are aware of the importance of teaching sport values and lead to a gradual change in the perception of teachers and students towards sport education. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other delegates wishing to speak? Delegate of Turkmenistan, Delegate of Jamaica. In that order, Delegate of Turkmenistan, you've been recognized.
Empowering every young person in Turkmenistan through inclusive and accessible sports, fostering a generation of healthy, confident, and socially responsible leaders. By 2035, we envision a nation where youth, regardless of gender, ability, or background, engage in dynamic sports programs that promote holistic development, well-being, and a strong sense of a community, contributing to the overall prosperity and unity of Turkmenistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the floor. Jamaica recognized the importance of quality physical education in terms of the intrinsic value it brings into the health of the community, and then the potential it has in employment and elevating many out of poverty. In order to enhance this, Jamaica have been quietly working on quality physical education in terms of with coalition with private-public partnership that includes like a multi-stakeholder approach, which is we were working in NGOs and private and other public partnerships. We were allocating funds in order to enhance the quality of physical education our youth at school, and but both school and non-school youth are getting. Challenges are there, but we were tremendously working towards it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placard. Delegate of Spain, Delegate of the United Kingdom, Delegate of Russian Federation. In that order, Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
The delegation of Spain recognizes the importance of funding in this matter. However, we are wondering what incentives would we be giving private companies and sponsors in order for them to provide sponsorship for sports. Spain is also prepared to exchange human resources and creating a digital platform to provide skills training for developing countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
Delegate of United Kingdom also want to enforce about even if the United Kingdom has successful cases, but still some campaigns like after school framework with only the increased rate of 15% student engagement and London Olympics legacy with a 7% increase in participation rate, increase that the UK still faces a little lack in the quality physical education. We want not only to enforce on the low income countries to organize the funding, but also for high level economic countries to promote the suitable solutions like using innovative technologies, maybe like gamified apps to bring the physical education more more towards the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Russian Federation, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. The delegate of the Russian Federations understand the importance of quality physical education in schools as a key driver of lifelong physical activity. QP is not merely about improving athletic performance. It nurtures critical life skills such as discipline, teamwork, and perseverance, which are vital to the development of responsible and healthy citizens. A strong foundation in physical education contributes to both the mental and physical well-being of our youth, preparing them for the challenges of tomorrow. So Russia Federation proposes the following response to the challenges. First one is expanding investment in multi-use sports facilities in both urban and rural areas. Second one, promoting teacher training programs that focus on inclusive and diverse physical education practices. The last one, encouraging public-private partnerships to leverage technology like VR or movement-based console in enhancing physical education. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your flag side. Delegate of Finland, Delegate of Turkmenistan, Delegate of Qatar. In that order, Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Finland would like to actually bring back this discussion of QP to perhaps a core matter within this agenda. Given that this committee is concerned with rising sedentary behavior and an increasing lack of physical activity that does not meet the recommendations of global health organizations such as WHO, a key question remains on like how do countries maintain and retain students or youth or practitioners within this kind of QPE system. QPE is definitely important in terms of distributing good methodology along with the fact of mandating certain activities. And of course, diversity is a great point, and multi-use facilities are great. However, users also are part of the system, and how to convince them and how to integrate them is going to be key in making sure that QPE is successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Turkmenistan, you've been recognized.
Thank you for recognition. I would like to add to the Russian Federation's solution. They made a solution regarding technology access, regarding education, QP and technology, but many youth don't have access to technology, so limiting their educational and professional opportunities. I'd like to provide a solution to this problem by providing community resources like free Wi-Fi and computer access. For example, in the Everyone On initiative in the US connects low-income families with affordable internet and devices, enhancing access to digital resources for youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. The quality of physical education stands as a crucial education contribution. It provides young people with lifelong skills related to physical fairness and health. Beyond just physical well-being, physical education teaches values such as fairness, respect, perseverance, values that empower young people to lead healthier, happier lives while also promoting social cohesion and community building. Many countries and organizations around the world have already recognized the significance of quality physical education. It is no longer seen as a supplementary part of the curriculum, but as an essential tool for fostering sustainable development. Countries, including the esteemed delegate of Qatar, are investing heavily in sports, not only by promoting physical education, but also by hosting major international sporting events. These efforts highlight the widespread recognition of sports as a powerful medium of both individual and national growth. However, this recognition, while significant, presents a double-edged sword. In our collective pursuit of excellence in physical education, we often focus too intensively on this visible impact. Its ability to produce athletes, organize events, and bolster national pride, that we overlook the shadow it casts. By shining a brighter light in the achievements in sport and physical education, we risk neglecting the deeper underlying challenges that remain hidden from view. This delegate would like to have conversation on a moderate debate. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Due to time constraints, the chair has decided to conclude the current caucus. That being said, are there any points or motions on the floor? The chair highly recommends the motion to adjourn the session. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Motion to adjourn the session for lunchtime.
Thank you, Delegate. There has been a motion to adjourn the session. Those wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your placard's eye. With an overwhelming majority, the motion passes. The session is now adjourned.
committee is now officially in sessions 2. This session will begin by conducting a roll call. When the chair calls out the delegations in alphabetical order, please respond by raising the placards high and saying present or present and voting. And please be reminded that the delegates who have stated present and voting will not be able to abstain during the conference proceeding. Delegates of Chile,
Present and voting.
delegates of Cote d'Ivoire,
Present body.
delegates of Finland,
Present and voting.
delegates of Iran,
President and voting.
delegates of Jamaica,
Present and voting.
delegates of Kenya,
Present and voting.
delegates of Qatar,
Present and voting.
delegates of Russian federations,
Present and voting.
delegates of Spain,
Present and voting.
delegates of Sri Lanka,
Present and voting.
delegates of Turkmenistan,
Present and voting.
delegates of Ukraine,
Present.
delegates of United Kingdom,
Present and voting.
delegates of Venezuela,
Present and voting.
the United Nations Children's Fund UNICEF, UN Women,
Present.
the International Olympic Committee.
Present.
Thank you, delegates. We will now the chair now opens the floor for points or motions. Delegates, are there any points or motions on the floor? Delegates of Turkmenistan is being recognized.
Can I speak? Thank you for recognition. I would like to implement the idea about gender inequality, which is a big issue in not only in Turkmenistan, not in Central Asia, but in the whole world. Regarding the statistics, more than 130 million.
Delegates of Turkmenistan, could you please say the purpose of the motions, either unmoderated caucus or moderated caucus, with the speaking time limit, and say the purpose of the motions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for explaining. I would like to discuss it in moderate session.
Delegate, please state the duration time and individual speaking time, as well as the purpose of the caucus.
I would like to stay to speak in 90 seconds section, in moderate discussion section, in a duration of 20 minutes. And the purpose is gender inequality, finding the solutions to the problems.
That is in order. Thank you, delegates of Turkmenistan. Delegates of Ukraine, yours is recognized.
Thank you. Delegate of Ukraine would like to suggest the 20 minutes unmoderated caucus. The purpose is the talking about gender equality.
Thank you, delegates. Delegates of Finland, you've been recognized.
Motion for a moderated caucus for the total duration time of 5 minutes to rehash the key discussion points from the last unmoderated caucus.
Thank you, delegates. Under the proceedings of the rules, the chair will now vote for the motions of unmoderated caucus 20 minutes unmoderated caucus with the purpose of gender equality with the total minutes with the 20 minutes total time. For delegates vote for the motion, please raise the placard high. For delegates vote for abstain, please raise your placard high. The chair recognized that the motions failed. The motions failed. So moving to the motions 2, the chair, the delegates, the motion for our moderate caucus for 20 minutes, moderate caucus for 20 minutes for the purpose of the meeting gender equality. For the chair would like to know that is there points of motion for the gender equality for 20 minutes for Turkmenistan? Is correct.
Sorry, would you like to repeat the question?
So for the So for the motion of unmoderated caucus, 20 minutes for the purpose of gender equality.
Yeah, there are several points that I would like to highlight in the moderate section.
Moderate, okay. The chair will recognize that there is a motion for moderate caucus for 20 seconds, 20 minutes for the topic for the purpose of gender equality, and the chair will now, the chair would like to ask whether to, who wants to vote for this motion. Please raise your placard high. Delegates wishing to um, abstain for this motion, please raise your placard high. Thank you, delegates. The chair apologizes about the confusions.
Delegates, the chairs apologize for the confusion. The committee will now vote for the motion for an unmoderated motion for a moderate caucus for the duration time of 20 minutes with individual speaking time of 90 seconds to discuss on QPE. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placard aye. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placard.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
That is number.
As my knowledge, nobody raised the moderated caucus for 20 minutes to discuss QPE. It was duration of 5 minutes.
It was about gender equality, I believe.
Chair stands corrected. The committee will move on to a unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 5 minutes to rehashing the contents from the previous session.
Point of order. This delegate has motion for a moderated caucus for a total duration time of 5 minutes, individual speaking time 1 minute for rehashing the last on mods discussions.
Thank you for the clarification. Chair stands corrected. The committee will now move on to a moderated caucus for the duration time of 5 minutes with individual speaking time of 1 minute for the purpose of rehashing the contents from the previous session. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placards aye. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards aye. With an overwhelming majority, the motion passes. The committee will now move on to a moderated caucus for the duration time of 5 minutes. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards aye. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
The delegation of Spain appreciates and recognizes the member state's stance on the issue. However, as the delegates have already shared enough information already, Spain believes that we should move on to the discussion of concrete solutions to the common issue. Spain would like to bring the discussion back to minimum standards as they are a very pressing issue. Spain also believes the implementation of sports as a subject in school should be universal and of a minimum of 3 hours per week with the focus on a variety of sports activities that are in line with the WHO's guidelines. Spain urges other countries to contribute to give more specific policy recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards aye. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Delegate of Finland thanks for the Delegate of Spain for taking the initiative on pushing for minimal standards. The Delegate of Finland would like to raise a few concerns regarding the current discussions for QPE. One aspect is that right now the subject of QPE itself is dependent on social issues such as discrimination, and thus some countries might believe that this current discussion on QPE might not be inclusive of their current situation. Finally, the Delegate of Finland would reiterate on what he has said in the last moderated caucus on the inclusion and retainment of individuals who are taking QPE. This delegate believes that given that there are countries such as Korea and China that are lacking in PE or physical activity and physical education, and emphasis upon these systems would particularly be vulnerable in terms of awareness and thus need more penetration before there is a discussion of implementing better systems. Thanks.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate wishing to speak, please raise your placards aye. Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you. Jamaica is working towards QPE in various segments, including the using various segments such as youth empowerment and tools such as exchange of experience across parish or different sectors in the sports, and also allocating resources from where it is available into remote sectors of the country. And then also we're working towards adaptive sports that reflects into schools ecosystem. That's what I've been doing so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate wishing to speak, please. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
In response to the suggestion made by the delegate of Spain of 3 hours minimum physical exercise time, delegate of Finland would like to ask how this standard is in comparison to, for example, the WHO's recommended standards for physical activity.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate wishing to speak, please raise your purpose side. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
In response to the question of the delegation of Finland, the guidelines of the WHO recommend a minimum of 150 and a maximum of 300 minutes per week for physical activity. So we thought that 3 hours minimum would be a good middle ground for that.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate wishing to speak, please raise your flag side. Seeing none, the chair will close the moderated caucus. At this point in time, are there any motions or points in the committee? Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Motion for a moderated caucus to formulate more specific solutions for the issue of QPE for the total duration time of 30 minutes.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move to a moderated caucus for the duration of 20 minutes with individual speaking time of 90 seconds to discuss the issue of gender equality.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions in the committee? Seeing none, the committee will move on to the voting procedure for an unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 30 minutes to discuss formulate specific agendas on QPE. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your perkasai. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your perkasai. With 8 votes for and 6 votes against, this motion passes. The committee is now in an unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 30 minutes.
Delegates, almost 2 minutes left.
Delegates, the time for the unmoderated caucus has now expired. Please back to your seat.
Delegates, before we begin the session, please be mindful of the pronunciation when referring to the moderated and unmoderated caucus to avoid confusion. Ensure you clearly state whether you're proposing a moderated caucus or an unmoderated caucus so that everyone is on the same page. Moreover, while the chair appreciate the in-depth discussions on the topic of QPE, I must remind you that focusing on only one issue will severely limit our ability to address the other important topics on our agenda.
The chair now opens the floor of points or motions. Delegates, are there any points or motion on the floor? Delegates of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move to a moderated caucus for the duration of 25 minutes with individual speaking time 60 seconds to discuss gender equality.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any points or motion on the floor? Delegates of Qatar.
Motion to move on to unmoderated caucus for the purpose of sharing ideas about gender equality. Total duration time 30 minutes.
Thank you, delegates. Are there any points or motion on the floor? Thank you, delegates. The chair will now vote for those Qatar motions for the unmoderated caucus with a total time 30 minutes. So delegates, the committee is now unmoderated caucus for duration 30 minutes. And please make sure that you use formal and appropriate language at all times. Use for Korean language will be strictly prohibited. And please back to your seats after 30 minutes. Huh? Apologies. So the chair will now for a moderated caucus for 30 minutes, raised by the delegates of Qatar, with the total minutes of 30 minutes. With that being said, that the chair will now, those wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your placard high. Please raise your placard high.
Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placard high. With overwhelming majority, the motion passes.
Probably the UNESCO guys, and because like I heard that I was away. I'm sorry, but I heard that it's dragging. I mean, in general, like topics that we need to cover. And so, what Nancy suggested is like how they do, how they do. I'm gonna share how they do. They set up time, countries, do this, do that. They don't agree, they leave a mark, notes, go, go, go. Can you do that? Or, if countries like certain countries very strong position on a certain matter, like it's in reality there in America, how they do, right? It's like simple matter, they make it everybody, and then the ones like some 40%, 30% don't agree, they leave a note. They didn't agree on this and they have to. So it's like whichever measures that you can use, no pressure, don't get angry. You angry? Because somehow we need to accelerate. Okay. And maybe like before we get to the final consensus on all the documents, maybe part by part, if you cannot get consensus, just set up time. Set up time. We need to finish this until when? Set up time. Because that's how they do. CJEP's like, so every 2 years we have only 2 days and a half days. And then if really, really don't agree, either they win or they leave on notes. Okay? So that's something you can consider. Because like, I don't want to have like, I don't want to say, see you today at 1 a.m. So I mean, see you today at 1 a.m. So whatever they say, like modern UNESCO, modern United Nations, okay. Because like in real setting, limited amount of time. That's how they do. Or like they just remove everything, not agree. So agree more. Okay. So I'm sorry to give this pressure to you because it's short amount of time, but even from my previous editions, my understanding from the previous editions, 2 editions, I know it's not your problem. I know it, but the composition of delegates that I have is really in good way of speaking, very focused. Bad way of speaking, they are very stubborn. But we do it like meetups like Google, which is very cool. I have with that. So there's either you guys decide, either set up some time limit. We need to finish this and this and that. And then if you have anything, you can leave a note about something, we build it, or like paper consultation later. Okay. Yeah, that's what I can say. That's actually comments from them, not me. So what they say? Wow, the chairs are really nice. Trying their only for they will swear at global body also. What is it? It's really because I also the party when we have less proportion of people.
Brief and concise. You don't have to stop. And then the chair, like I said, the time where the chair don't need to ask their opinions. If you need 1,000. 그리고 시간 줄일 수 있죠. What is the last session? What time is the session become? So it will be end at 3:30. And begin. What? 6:30 is this one is for dinner. 5:30 and 6:30 is dinner, and 7 to 9 is session 3. 1 hour. My QP is done. Another five subtopics are left. So right now they use 30 minutes. 30 minutes of general quality. We can give 30 minutes more to general quality. After 30 minutes over, move to the next topic. I know. I'm not going to share anything. Yeah, I'll just text the secretary the timeline. So, Steve.
Under Chair's discretion, the remaining time of the unmoderated caucus will be set to 10 minutes. Delegates, you have 5 minutes remaining.
Delegates, 2 minutes are left. Okay, delegates, the time is up. Please be seated. Before the session starts, after you can check your mobile phone or electronic device. Secretariat just guide you as setting a timeline so that you guys can also delegates can also talking about all the subtopics during the session. So if you need to take a note, please take a note. Until 2:30, delegates will discuss about the gender equality. And after 2:30, 2:30 to 3, and 3:30 to 4, delegates can talk about other topics, like I will just say subtopic 3. And 4 to 5, delegates can talk about subtopic 4. And 5 to 5:30 and 7 to 7:30, delegates can talk about the subtopic 5. And last, 7:30 to 8:30, delegates can talk about the last topic. And after the 8:30, you guys delegates can write the first draft or talking about more information. It's delegates, whatever you want. Okay. I think you guys can all understand what I'm saying. Okay. Is there any question? Just ask the secretariat about this announcement. Okay. I'll lead to the chair.
Before we begin, the chair urged all the delegates to prioritize compromise and cooperation. A consensus-based approach will be far more beneficial than fragmenting into competing groups. With that being said, are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Motion for a moderated caucus for the total duration time of 10 minutes, individual speaking time 1 minute, to rehash the discussions in the unmoderated caucus before.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions in the committee? Seeing none, the committee will move into voting procedure for the moderated caucus for the duration time of 10 minutes with individual speaking time of 1 minute to rehash the discussions from the previous unmoderated caucus. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your plus aye. With the overwhelming majority, motion passes. The committee is now in a moderated caucus. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your plus aye. Delegate of Spain, Delegate of Jamaica, Delegate of Turkmenistan, Delegate of UK, in that order. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
The delegation of Spain is firmly committed to inclusive representation and diversity in sports, not only on the professional level, but the grassroots level as well. There is a global-wide issue regarding gender equality, whether it comes to participation disparity on leadership roles. Moreover, women suffer from discrimination and harassment in the workplace, which is why Spain sees the need for policies that are catered towards eliminating gender-based violence, setting quotas for the participation of women, whether it be in the active participation of sports or the decision-making levels as well. Finally, we believe that increased media coverage is important, and it should be one that presents women athletes in a positive light. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Delegation of Jamaica take advantage of the unmoderated caucus, addressing some of the challenges facing gender equality that stems from equal opportunity, including women's in mainstream sports and increasing women representation in pay gaps, pay equality, and resource allocation towards sports to both genders, especially particularly to women in sport, and also challenging the gender stereotypes. Some sports are like some sports being wide open to one gender but close to the other. Also, the delegate of Jamaica have discussed in such other subjects such as budget allocations and sexual harassment, sporting team, and media coverage towards women sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Turkmenistan, you've been recognized.
Thank you for your recognition. In Turkmenistan, gender equality in sports is crucial priority as we align our policies with the SDGs. We are working hard to ensure that girls and women have equal access to sports opportunities from school programs to national competitions. By focusing on gender-sensitive training for coaches and creating supportive environments, we are breaking down barriers and encouraging more female participation. This not only empowers women and girls, but also enriches our society as a whole. When women success in sports, they become powerful role models, inspiring others and demonstrating that talent and determination know no gender. Our commitment to gender equality in sport is helping to build a more inclusive and fair society where everyone, regardless of gender, can contribute to our nation's progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. United Kingdom consider the fight for gender equality paramount too. UK advocate for the policies that ensure equal opportunities for all the genders. This includes specially support for women leagues, equitable funding for women's sports programs, and initiative for increasing female participations, which advocate for increasing funds for the Women's Sports League and recognition in media and program especially by increasing the participation by addressing social barriers. Unique challenges can be tackled for women in sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your cards high. Delegate of Chile, Delegate of Qatar, Delegate of Ukraine, Delegate of Sri Lanka, Delegate of Finland, in that order. Delegate of Chile, you've been recognized.
The delegation of Chile is willing to commit with the sexual harassment and safety concerns that our country has currently following the United States Safe Sport Initiative and the FIFA safeguarding and standards providing and enforcing national safety framework for national policies. We are willing to commit with more nations in this kind of initiative, and also we have more issues that we have to cover up, but the main one is to safeguard the dignity and the identity of women and female leagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. In sports, Qatar is keen on empowering women to become active participants in the public sphere. Many Qatari women have shown a strong public presence over the past few years, but women in Qatar must obtain permissions from their male guardians to marry, pursue higher education on government scholarships, work in many government jobs, travel abroad until a certain age, and receive some forms of reproductive health care. So I argue that we need the minimum international standard of protecting women is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Ukraine, you've been recognized.
Thank you for your recognition. The delegate of Ukraine recognized as the importance of the gender equality. And then thanks to Jamaica, Sri Lanka, Chile, we talked about the issues and solutions tackling to the gender equality. And then we have shared the say similar issues like there's inequality pay between men and female, and also we are lacking female coaching. So like there's two solutions suggested. The one is like try to promote the women's league and try to also sports is not the lifelong job, so we cannot try to promote the retired athletes to become a female coach, and then can try to make a good circle for females athlete. And the second one is given a leadership program for female and try to provide a capacity building. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Sri Lanka, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Being the Constitution's 12th article of Sri Lanka and also the Sports Policy 2020 already recognize the gender equality in the country and the sports. So we acknowledge the gender equality in our mainstream policy frameworks, but still the cultural barriers and also the policy integrations, lack of policy integrations between different sections like sports, education, health, and women empowerment are lacking. So the integration policy is required to mainstream those in the countries achieving the sustainable development goals. And also lack of female coaches and also lack of women representation in the sports related decision making and administration is recognized. In this regard, the identified it as the making a quota system for the coach training schools and also doing a capacity building for the athletes who are representing tomorrow's decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Delegate of Finland would like to touch upon a main issue that was mentioned within the unmoderated caucuses, specifically about gender-based violence. But to go beyond the issue of gender-based violence, it really needs to analysis on what exactly is causing this. And from hearing from multiple members from committees, such as Iran, Kenya, Spain, and Venezuela, there is a deep-rooted culture of misogynism, perhaps, that basically dehumanizes women and also puts on traditional, rather, or oppressive expectations and norms upon women. These aspects need to be addressed with accountability measures and monitoring systems that are well placed. However, there is another subsidiary problem that comes from this, which is basically a human factor issue. When you are in a culture where so many people are misogynistic, how do you find people that can run a good system? Because at the end of the day, if you have a system that is good, but you put in trash, for example, then what you get outside is going to be still trash. So addressing that human element perhaps is a one aspect of solving accountability. Thank you.
The chair will entertain two more speakers. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your hand. Delegate of Spain, Delegate of Turkmenistan, in that order. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
The delegation of Spain would like to urge other delegates to discuss topics that were not already discussed in the unmoderated caucus as to save time and focus on other topics later on. Thank you.
Delegate of Turkmenistan, you've been recognized.
Thank you for recognition. As the delegate of Finland made a statement, I would like to make a solution to the statement. As the delegate of Turkmenistan, there is a problem of women norms being strict with women participation in various activities, especially for girls. The solution is promote awareness and education about the benefits of women engagement. So the Girl Up campaign encourages girls worldwide to advocate for gender equality, challenging cultural norms, and empowering them to become the leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The chair will now close the moderated caucus. That being said, are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
Motion to move on to moderate debate for the purpose of sharing more ideas about gender equality. Individual speaking time 60 seconds, total duration time 10 minutes.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Chile, you've been recognized.
We would like to open a motion for a moderate caucus to discuss the subtopic safeguarding with a length of 20 minutes.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions? Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Motion for a moderated caucus for the total duration time of 10 minutes, individual speaking time 1 minute, for the purpose of discussing gender fluidity.
Thank you, Delegate. The chair would like to ask Delegate of Chile to restate the purpose of the moderated caucus.
Excuse me, could you repeat it again?
Could the Delegate of Chile restate the purpose of the moderated caucus?
We would like to discuss the subtopic safeguarding with the reason of brainstorming more ideas for this solution, for the solution of this topic.
In the interest of time and to ensure that all topics discussed, the chair will discard the motion on safeguarding at the current state. The committee will move on to a voting procedure for a moderated caucus for the duration time of 10 minutes. 10 minutes to discuss gender fluidity for individual speaking time of 1 minute. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your class eye. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your class eye. With 8 votes for and 6 votes against, this motion passes. The committee is now in a moderated caucus to discuss on gender fluidity. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your class high. Delegate of Turkmenistan, Delegate of Jamaica, Delegate of Finland. In that order, Delegate of Turkmenistan, you've been recognized.
Thank you for your recognition. Distinguished delegates, I rise today to discuss about gender equality. As the Turkmenistan, not only Turkmenistan, but in Central Asia, women are not treated as we expect them to be, and they are not provided like basic human rights in comparison with men. And I would like to ask all the delegates to provide a common solution for especially Central Asia and especially for Turkmenistan. I'd be happy to hear all the solutions. Thank you.
Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Delegation of Jamaica understand the significant portion of the population. The demography is women, while the role they are given at the sports is quite not representing the demographic size it has. Quite considering this into context, the delegation of Jamaica would like to cooperate with any delegation of countries that are looking to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Point of information. The delegation of Spain was under the impression that we are discussing the topic of gender fluidity. Is that what was suggested by the chair?
That is correct. The current moderated caucus is the purpose of the current moderated caucus is to discuss on gender fluidity. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
The first critical question to address for this topic is the definition of gender. Gender studies offer a wide variety of perspectives, often expanding beyond or challenging the traditional binary or heteronormative standards many are accustomed to, especially in the sports industry. This delegate believes that given that studies on intersex individuals and fluid sexual orientations and other variations reveal the increasing uncertainty of what was once considered a cross-cut distinction between sex and gender. Bisexuality challenges the rigidity of two gender systems. Conditions such as gender dysphoria raise an unsettling question about whether gender can even be considered fixed. Now, these variabilities in mind, gender equality becomes a matter of first understanding how gender operates. Right now, the discussion is filled with stigmatas, unwillingness to engage in the discussion, and a continuation of the binomial system. This delegate believes that at the very least, there is a need to first off allow for freedom of inquiry in this topic.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your pen sign. Delegate of Spain. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
The delegation of Spain believes that we cannot discard or ignore the existence of gender fluid individuals and individuals that do not feel represented in the binary system that is already existent in the sports industry. So we urge countries that have a stance that is against this issue to reconsider and to implement policies that cater towards those individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your pen sign. Delegate of Jamaica. Delegate of Iran, delegate of Qatar, delegate of Russian Federation. In that order, delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. The delegation of Jamaica recognized the gender fluidity and our stance on the delegation stance on that. We have our focus would be women empowerment while we recognize the issue, but our constitutions recognize genders in two bases and binary form, and our attention and our direction will be towards equalizing both genders and creating opportunities that serve both. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Iran, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. As the Muslim country, Islamic country of Iran, with the respect to the majority who are Muslims, Iran can accept only two genders, which are male and female.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Qatar has made significant stride toward gender fluidity and equality, especially in expanding educational opportunity for women and increasing their participation in the public sector. However, traditional norm and legal restriction continue to limit the full for realizations of gender equality. Moving toward, Qatar remains committed to advancing gender equality and protecting women's rights through continuous reform and international cooperation. We are dedicated to creating a social where every individual, regardless of gender, have equal opportunity in all spheres, including education, economic participations, and legal protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Russian Federation, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. With ongoing discussions about the divisions of gender, the delegate of Russian Federation want to ask, with the ongoing discussions about the fairness of gender divisions in competitive sports, particularly in physical advantages like testosterone levels, how can both inclusivity and fairness be ensured without compromising the integrity of the competition? Thank you.
Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your play cards high. Delegate of Spain, delegate of Sri Lanka, delegate of Turkmenistan, and delegate of Finland in that order. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
The delegation of Spain would like to remind all the member states that biological advantages exist even in the binary system. We have seen this in the example of the Olympics, where a woman, a cisgender woman, had physical advantages and biological advantages. Olympic swimmer Michael Phelps has advantages that are biological. It does not have to do with gender fluidity. It does not have to do with trans people. It does not have to do with any sort of testosterone taking or anything like that. So we would urge you to reconsider the perspective from which you consider this issue. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Delegate of Sri Lanka, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. According to the constitution of Sri Lanka, the delegations of Sri Lanka, we still go forward with the binary system, and our policies still work on the going through the binary system. But during this economic crisis, the Sri Lanka is consulting with the International Monetary Fund, and they recommended for the other systems than to the binary system, but still due to the cultural and traditional issues, still it's not implemented. And further policy changes and the further discussions need to be go through the country, and also country is currently in the power transition, so it will be also affect for the policy changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Turkmenistan, you've been recognized.
Thank you for recognition. As a delegate of Turkmenistan with a majority of population with the religion of Islam, the Turkmenistan country could not accept this kind of movement. And I would like to, and as a delegate of Turkmenistan, the level of testosterone doesn't define the gender. This is our position. Thank you.
Delegates, please refrain from using first and second person language. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Delegate of Finland admits that there are certain issues such as testosterone levels, bone density, and muscle mass that do impact the competitive aspects of sports. However, it does there is as much as a legitimate case for promoting the inclusion of people who are transsexual, who are bisexual, and ignoring that point would still basically perpetuate the issues of discrimination that this council is trying to tackle down here. Of course, there might be not necessarily a fitting solution that can reconcile both competitive fairness, and inclusiveness. However, just because right now this council, this committee does not have the answer, doesn't mean that other committees may not have the answer in the future. This is why this delegate has stressed the importance of freedom of inquiry, which will allow for further discussions in the future without a need for worrying about pressure, oppression, stigmata, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair will entertain one more speaker. Please raise your play cards high. Delegate Jamaica, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Jamaica oversees this situation into the gender fluidity, and then we see it as medical conditions, and we will not entertain any gender outside of binary forms. And then also this is clearly stated in our legal documentations, and it's punishable by law, and there's no room for us to entertain. And
Thank you. The time for the moderated caucus has now expired. Are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move to a moderated caucus for the duration of 20 minutes, individual speaking time 60 seconds, for the purpose of discussing anti-racism and anti-discrimination. Thank you.
Are there any points or motions on the committee? Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
Motion to move on to moderate debate for the purpose of sharing ideas about youth empowerment. Individual speaking time 1 minute and total duration time 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any points or motions in committee? The chair emphasizes that the current issue at stake is gender equality, and the committee will deal with gender equality for the following 30 minutes. With that being said, are there any other points or motions in committee?
Point of parliamentary inquiry. The delegation of Spain was under the impression that gender equality discussion would end at 2:30 p.m., which is the current time.
Chair stands corrected. Committee will now move on to a moderate caucus, a voting procedure for moderate caucus proposed by Delegate of Spain, with the duration time of 20 minutes, with individual speaking time of 1 minute to discuss on anti-racism. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placard high. With the overwhelming majority, the motion passes. The committee is now in a moderated caucus for the duration time of 20 minutes. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Spain as a country is fully committed to promoting anti-racism and anti-discrimination. However, we still face obstacles in fully realizing these ideals. We witness discriminatory behavior throughout all the levels of sports. That is why the implementation of laws that protect minorities should be a priority for all countries involved, as well as monitoring system that should be put in place. And we strongly encourage present delegates to consider concrete solutions for this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Delegation of Jamaica would like to iterate that Jamaica is a diverse nation with majority with majority rooting African with African and also a significant portion of Europeans. So in a nation such as ours, the delegation believes we have zero tolerance policy towards racism and discrimination in whatever regards. Also, we are tremendously working towards education and awareness. Oftentimes, the delegation notice the racism and discrimination comes from lack of awareness. Jamaica is quite workingly diverse and diverse representation. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Finland, Delegate of Russian Federation, Delegate of Iran. In that order, Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Finland believes that there is a common issue that is shared between discrimination, gender equality, and finally with people with disabilities. At the end of the day, specific policies are very necessary in order to make sure that at the end, racism or discrimination can be dealt with. And for that, the delegate of Finland proposes a four-step policy towards creating these specific policies for those many countries that do not have such policies. First, towards monitoring and research, then towards promoting certain equality measures in general culture, and then moving on to facilitating open discussions with stakeholders, and finally, implementing policy measures using making sure that accountability and narratives are considered within the policy making. This delegate believes that in these processes, there is an overall theme that universality is necessary within anti-discrimination measures in order for specific measures to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Russian Federation, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Russian Federation supports the principles of equality and non-discrimination as fundamental to international sports. particularly through initiatives like the BRICS Sports Games. This annual multi-sports event fosters friendly ties among member nations, ensuring that all athletes have equal access to competition based on merit, regardless of their nationality or background. By emphasizing inclusivity and fairness, the BRICS Sports Games exemplify a commitment to combat discrimination in sports. The delegate of Russian Federation advocate for these principles to be upheld not only within our organization, but also in global sporting events, reinforcing a more equitable environment for athletes everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. The delegate of Iran, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Iran's ethnic minorities, including Kurds, Arabs, Baluchis, and Azerbaijanis, face systemic discrimination. These groups are often excluded from economic opportunities and political representation. Additionally, some religious minorities, such as Baha'is, Christians, and Sunni Muslims, encounter restrictions on their religious practices. The legal system lacks transparency and is often used as a tool to suppress opposition. I think minor activists and labor leaders are particularly vulnerable to arrest, torture, and execution without fair trial. Despite some progress, there is still considerable stigma and resistance.
Thank you, delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of United Kingdom, delegate of Chile, delegate of Spain, delegate of Sri Lanka, and delegate of Jamaica, in that order. Delegate of United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
United Kingdom as a land of immigrants highlights the international stance on using sports to combat racism and xenophobia. As in past, United Kingdom used many campaigns like Fight for All, No Tourism, Racism, Kick It Out campaigns to combat the racism and discrimination and highlights the importance of the targeted initiatives. UK proposed that we should discuss effective measures such as anti-racism training programs and also more awareness campaigns that can be implemented globally to combat this issue and promote diversity in the sports. Thank you.
Delegate of Chile, you've been recognized.
Sports promote social cohesion and key values like fair play, respect, and tolerance. However, it can also become a breeding ground for racism and discrimination. To address this issue, Chile's delegate proposed solutions such as enforce anti-discrimination legislation, form coalitions against racism in sports, and raise awareness that should target fans, athletes, and the general public, stressing the importance of inclusion and condemning racial abuse. And the social media, TV, radio, and public events can be also used to amplify the message. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Spain would like to suggest to first identify the root causes of anti-racism and anti-discrimination before coming up with solutions, since these are gravely ingrained in our societies. The delegate of Spain would like to state some that we think are crucial for our discussion. And in this matter, Spain identifies tribalism and nationalism in sports, denial of racism, lack of enforcement, so the effect of social media, and the polarized fan bases and toxic rivalries. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Sri Lanka, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. The Sri Lanka's constitution and law again, it recognized the racism and the discrimination as the against for the law. So currently the sports and every section is maintained by that law, but the Sri Lanka recommended the sports specific policy frameworks for the discrimination and racism in the sports. Anyway, the after 30 years of war, the Lessons Learned and Reconciliation Committee was appointed in Sri Lanka, and those recommendations are currently performing to reduce the discrimination and the racism. Aligning to those recommendations, sports policy need to be revised and establish more sport relevant policies reference to the discrimination and racism. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you for recognition. The delegate of Jamaica would like to reiterate Jamaica upholds strict zero tolerance policy regarding racism, discrimination in sport. The nation is committed in preserving the dignity and rights for all individuals, regardless of their race and ethnicity, and education programs that aim at the students, athletes, coaches, and fans are critical in combating racism and discrimination. These programs emphasize the negative impact of discriminatory behavior and how to change it. Jamaica promotes diversity in sports and teams and organization, ensuring fair representation of all racial and ethnic groups, which fosters national unity and cohesion. And penalty for discrimination, strong penalties are in place for any persons and organization found guilty racist behavior, reinforcing Jamaica's commitment to maintaining an inclusive sporting environment. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Finland, delegate of Iran. In that order. Delegate of Finland, you're recognized.
In the New Boost for Equality in Finland government action plan to combat racism and promote equality, there are several priorities mentioned by the current Prime Minister of Finland. And one of those is fostering social inclusion. In this case, given that the committee has continued discussions on the social cohesion aspect of sports, perhaps solutions might include along the lines of including other minorities and marginalized bases into games, and also ensuring that there is more exposure. This delegate has mentioned a certain thought of his regarding narrative, social narrative, and this delegate believes that at the end of the day, a prevailing racist narrative is the reason why racism exists. Those might be entrenched beliefs between religions. Those might be unjust norms that just develop out of coincidence. However, at the end of the day, targeting these are are important and need to be discussed further.
Thank you. Delegate of Iran, you've been recognized.
As this ongoing discrimination is a global issue, and the delegate of Iran proposes stronger internet cooperation to support local public groups or organizations that are fighting for reform and protect basic human rights.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Continuing off from what the delegate of Finland was saying, at the end of the day, conflicting narratives basically pose people a question of inquiry on whether these whether stereotypes regarding race, religion, beliefs are valid. By providing more alternative perspectives within the main issue, people have the chance to basically be exposed to other perspectives, thus breaking their echo chambers that might be in society. This delegate doesn't think that the root causes are perhaps that hard to spot. At the end of the day, it is a cultural barrier, it is a social barrier, and it is a historical barrier. And tribalism, of course, as the delegate of Spain has mentioned, is indeed a large factor. However, in order to address these problems, there needs to be multi-sectoral engagements that basically provides a new kind of story that delegates and the countries can believe in and thus promote.
Thank you. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
The delegation of Spain suggests the following efforts to combat racism: imposing fines and sanctions on clubs, fans, athletes, and people in positions of power that are involved in racist behavior; raising awareness through campaigns and educational programs teaching about the importance of fighting racism. We believe that these are policies that can be implemented by all the countries involved in this debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Chile, Delegate of Iran. In that order. Delegate of Chile, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Chile would like to propose some solutions for this topic. The following we would like to propose first the anti-racism sport competition that should include athletes from minority groups or marginalized communities, reflecting the festival theme of Fit for All Life. Also, the enforce anti-discrimination measures, such as legal frameworks that will be placed to penalize any discriminatory behavior during the events. Also, coalitions for change workshops, for example, organizing panels and workshops with the key stakeholders to discuss the role of each actor in combating racism in the sports. Also, some programs such as Fans for Change that can engage fan clubs and communities through educational initiatives. Also, mass awareness campaigns that should launch a global media campaign tied to the festival using social media, TV, and radio to raise awareness about the racism in sports. And lastly, the grassroots initiative for diversity that should include grassroots programs that encourage young athletes from minority communities to participate in sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate Iran, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. And the delegate of Iran, I would like to the Olympics more to wants Olympics accept religious and traditional costume or uniforms of other countries.
Thank you. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Jamaica, Delegate of Turkmenistan, Delegate of United Kingdom. In that order, Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Having policies and laws in place, having them implemented is quite crucial in having eradicated racism and discrimination in sport, in particular, and then using particular platforms with wide reaches, such as the SNA social media and print and digital medias, are quite quite areas that we have that have returned us a great success in battling racism and discrimination in sport arena. We'd like to share our success and towards to that. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Delegate of Turkmenistan. You've been recognized.
Thank you for recognition. I would like, as a delegate of Turkmenistan, we support the idea about Olympics of the delegate of Iran, and as a delegate of Turkmenistan, I'd like to add to delegate of Chile's idea regarding mentorships, about creating a leadership network that provides mentorship and training for low-income backgrounds people, empowering them to pursue leadership roles. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of United Kingdom. You now have the floor.
We also agree with the delegate of the Chile. According to the Equality Act of the United Kingdom, it protects individuals from discrimination based on specific protected characteristics, include age, disability, gender, race, religion, belief. So we want, and so UK wants global unified anti-racism campaigns in sports that includes mandatory training in the aspect of the respect for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Finland, Delegate of Chile, Delegate of Jamaica, Delegate of Venezuela. In that order. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
And Delegate of Finland would like to thank the Delegate of Chile for offering a more comprehensive range of strategies that could apply to this current challenging narrative. And the Delegate of Finland would like to perhaps add on to this by putting in a part of the Finnish government's priorities, which basically is the fostering of good relations between population groups, especially of marginalized communities. Having these would probably add on to the festivals and the grassroots initiatives that the Delegate of Chile has mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Chile. You've been recognized.
For the United Kingdom solution, we were referring to the solution with the already existing program of the UK, that is Kick It Out campaign. Has it campaign was successful, we thought that doing this kind of like workshops could also like help organizations or events to combat this topic. Thank you.
Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. The delegation of Jamaica keenly appreciate the active participation by delegate of Chile, delegate of Finland, and we would call for collaboration act towards a working plan of action towards anti-racism and discrimination acts. And the delegation of Jamaica plot grassroots intervention is starting early on, teaching this early on at school, children's at youth, and having that implanted in early on would help us eradicate racism and discrimination in sports, and we can have safe sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Venezuela. You've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Venezuela is also a country that is strongly fighting against non-discrimination, a society with no discrimination. However, as a delegate of Venezuela, the delegate of Venezuela would like to point out that there are some challenges facing regarding this matter, maybe because of geographical factors or because of current economical status. And the delegate of Venezuela would like to point out a solution regarding that, which is to use a real-time application that could be used to collect data in real time, or also already existing platforms to facilitate the process of monitoring research. Thank you.
Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your press aye. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your press aye. Delegate of United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
Delegate of United Kingdom make the statement on the delegate of the Chile on mentioning our successful campaigns. It's true that United Kingdom has successful campaigns in the past, and that's why we want the same Equality Act that UK proposed in 2002 in the global policy. So to strengthen the global anti-racism efforts through the sports diplomacy. Thank you.
Due to time constraints, the chair will close the moderated caucus. That being said, are there any points or motions in committee? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move to an unmoderated caucus for the duration of 15 minutes to discuss policies about anti-racism and anti-discrimination.
Are there any other points or motions in committee? Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you for recognition. The delegation of Jamaica would like to propose moderated caucus of youth empowerment through sports, 20 minutes, 1 minute talking time for each delegation. Thank you.
Are there any points or motions in committee? Could the delegate of Jamaica restate the motion and the details?
The delegate of Jamaica would like to have moderated caucus for youth empowerment through sports and how to come to working plan of actions.
Thank you. The committee will now move into voting procedure for a unmoderated caucus for the duration time 15 minutes with the purpose of discussing on anti-racism. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your press aye. With the overwhelming majority, the motion passes. Under Chair's discretion, the duration time for the unmoderated caucus will be set to 10 minutes. Delegates, you have 1 minute remaining. Sorry? Right after this. Right after this.
In my life, the longest modern caucus I had.
Delegates, the time for the unmoderated caucus has expired. Please be seated. Are there any points or motions on committee? Delegate of Ukraine, you've been recognized.
Delegate of Ukraine would like to raise the motion to adjourn the 30 minutes for the coffee break.
There has been a motion to adjourn the session. Those wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your placards high. With unanimous vote, the motion passes. The session is now adjourned. The session will begin by conducting a roll call. When the chair calls out the delegations in alphabetical order, please respond by raising the placards and saying present or present and voting. Please be reminded that delegates who have stated present and voting will not be able to abstain during the conference proceeding. Delegate of Chile.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Cote d'Ivoire.
And voting.
Delegate of Finland.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Iran.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Jamaica.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Kenya.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Qatar.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Russian Federation.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Spain.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Sri Lanka.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Turkmenistan.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Ukraine.
Present.
Delegate of United Kingdom.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Venezuela.
Present and voting.
The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF. UN Women.
Present.
International Olympic Committee, IOC.
Present.
Republic of Korea.
Present.
With 14 out of 14 delegates present, the committee has met the quorum. The session will now begin. At this point of time, are there any points or motions in committee? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move to an unmoderated caucus for the duration of 15 minutes to discuss anti-racism and anti-discrimination policies.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions in committee? Seeing none, the committee will move on to the voting procedure for an unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 15 minutes to discuss anti-racism. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placards high. With the overwhelming majority, the motion passes. The committee is now in unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 15 minutes. Delegates, you have 3 minutes remaining. Delegates, you have 1 minute remaining.
이거 다음에 넘어가야지. 다른 것들 이제 이거 세이프가딩이나 뭐든 이제 얘기하는. 응, 다 됐어. 원래 시간이 넘어서 원래 4시까지가 입학기가 아니었어? 그치? 아니, 괜찮네, 괜찮네. 그래. 다들 약간 뭐다 뻔하지 않나 뭐 이렇게.
열심히 떠드시. 힘들어.
Delegates, the time for the unmoderated caucus has now expired. Are there any points or motions on the floor? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move to a moderated caucus for the duration of 15 minutes, individual speaking time 60 seconds to continue the discussion that we had in the unmoderated caucus.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Russian Federation, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The delegate of Russian Federation would like to motion for a moderate caucus for total duration time of 20 minutes and individual speaking time of 2 minutes to the topic of youth empowerment measures. Thank you.
Due to time constraints, that motion will not be in order. The committee will move on to the voting procedure for the moderate caucus for the duration time of 15 minutes, individual speaking time of 1 minute, for the purpose of discussing anti-racism. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your cards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your cards high. With an overwhelming majority, the motion passes. The committee is now in a moderated caucus for the duration time of 15 minutes. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your cards high. Delegate of Spain, Delegate of Finland, Delegate of Ukraine, Delegate of Jamaica, in that order. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
In the topic of anti-racism in the international sports arena, Spain believes that the IOC should implement rules that protect players from anti-discriminatory behavior that all participants should respect no matter their loss. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Finland believes that fostering connections between marginalized communities that might come in conflict with each other is a good preventive measure to implement within this agenda. It also believes that it wants to cooperate with the delegation of Jamaica, specifically in terms of grassroots initiatives, and it also wants to bring up the question of discrimination based on religion. Since this delegate has been talking to the delegation of Chile about potential issues that might arise within religious communities and within themselves and with non-religious communities, the delegate is curious of how there are ways to ensure inclusivity while also respecting freedom of belief. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate of Ukraine, you are recognized.
Thank you for your recognition. Delegate of Ukraine discussed with UK, Spain, Jamaica, and IOC and talked about how we can tackle the anti-racism. And the first thing we discussed is how to tackle with the online racism. And then we kind of suggested the cooperation to the Meta or Instagram, the bigger social network companies, try to for verified athletes are able to access the anti-racism comment easily. Kind of, we can ask for those companies to disclosure of the personal information. And the second thing is collaborating with global organizations like UNICEF or IOC or FIFA to share data of anti-racism and implement best practices to tackle the anti-racism issue. And yeah, the delegate of Ukraine agree with the Spain suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. The delegation of Jamaica have consecutive meetings with delegate of Ukraine, delegate of the Great Britain, and delegate of Iran, and would like to. We have addressed quite addressing anti-racism at its all forms, from like digital, from physical, from fans, coach, in sports facilities, in major social media outlets, and we have discussed a multi-stakeholders approach tackling this problem, and having laws and punitive actions in place to corrective actions for to eradicating racism and discrimination at its all fronts. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of United Kingdom, delegate of Turkmenistan, delegate of Iran, delegate of Sri Lanka, and delegate of Chile, in that order.
Adding on the Ukraine and Jamaica, United Kingdom would like to say that the equality laws exist everywhere, but the definition is different in most of the countries. So we want one basis for everyone, like one unified law, which would be proposed, especially for the cyberbullying, which doesn't consider as anti-discrimination and racism. So we want community guidelines. So and accountability if they say something wrong. So especially by IOC, International Olympics, when they do, so they would sign from the athletes that if they say something unverbal, something wrong remarks, they should be accountable for their actions, even the fans who were there. So we want the international organizations, UNESCO, to modify this kind of law. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate of Turkmenistan. You've been recognized.
Thank you for your recognition. Addressing anti-racism within the field of gender equality is vital for creating a truly inclusive society in Turkmenistan. Gender equality cannot be fully realized if racial discrimination persists, as it undermines the opportunities and the rights of individuals based on their ethnicity or background. By actively promoting anti-racism in our policies and practice, we ensure that all women and girls, regardless of race or ethnicity, have equal access to opportunities in education, sports, and leadership. Anti-racism efforts in the context of gender equality involve creating safe, supportive environments where diversity is celebrated and everyone is treated with dignity and respect. This approach not only fosters social cohesion but also empowers all individuals to contribute their unique strength to our society. By addressing both gender and racial equality together, we build a more just and
Delegate, please
equitable
come to your
commute
closing
for
remarks.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Iran, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Major population of Iran grew up studying and practicing religion, and mostly religion focuses on belief and soul rather than on race. That's why there are no big issues towards racism in Iran.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Sri Lanka, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. And Sri Lanka is a multi-ethnic country which uses different languages. But in 2015, government introduced new regulation that education and all government services to be trilingual, which is Sinhala and Tamil and English. Sports should also adhere in this, to this and adopt it into new sports policy. It will reduce the racism and discrimination in sports. At the same time, and this will increase the access to sport to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Chile, you've been recognized.
About the inclusive representation, Chile thinks that encouraging greater ethnicity, diversity within teams, and leadership positions in organizing sports and national leagues can help diminish the racism. For example, in Iran, better representation of ethnic minorities in national teams could foster more unity and inclusivity in sports. And by this way, countries can reduce those kind of challenges of stereotypes and reduce the discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Spain, Delegate of Finland, Delegate of Cote d'Ivoire, Delegate of Venezuela, in that order, and Delegate of Qatar. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
In addition to what my partner has already said, Spain would like to push for reform of laws in sports organizations such as FIFA, as well as establishing a reporting and transparency mechanism and mandatory workshop for players and coaches and all people involved in sports. The delegate of Spain would also like to suggest integrating anti-racism and anti-discrimination education in school curricula by including a portion of values and acceptable behavior in PE classes. And finally, Spain would like to suggest a Sports for All program that offers scholarship to help underrepresented students and athletes from minorities. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Finland is a little bit concerned that there is a lack of discussion in the intersectionality element of anti-racism. Given that this topic of discrimination is a wide-ranging issue where multiple marginalized identities can come together, this delegate is wondering how other delegates are trying to consider this unique element within discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Cote d'Ivoire, you've been recognized.
Next teacher, country is not such a group. It's considered of various kinds of races of people. Cote d'Ivoire does. As it does, Cote d'Ivoire believes that the diversity is the key that know the situation going well. So therefore, for the solution, we do suggest the race, which controversy on separating people should be out of topics by law, and also there's some people mentioned during racism that should be indicated by in law and several times in a month, just like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Venezuela, you've been recognized.
Chair, thank you for the recognition. Venezuela is a country that is composed of ethnicity mostly in unison, but with different backgrounds. Some people are from Hispanic families, some people are indigenous. And while Venezuela strives to eradicate racism and discrimination from the society, as the delegate of Venezuela, the delegate of Venezuela would like to state that there are some racial stereotypical advertisements still being played in the media. For example, a dark-skinned woman cooking while a white-skinned woman is working in the office. So the delegate of Venezuela would like to propose to suggest of using the media again to raise the awareness, to change to break the stereotype and and by changing the rules to break the stereotype and thereby allowing everyone to participate freely in the society and in the sports area as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Qatar. You now have the floor.
Thanks for the recognitions. These delegates highly agree with Delegate of Iran's opinions. In the delegate's country, Qatar, religion teaches tolerance to citizens. In that reasons, it is not easy to find racism in Qatar. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Finland, and Delegate of Jamaica, and Delegate of Chile, in that order. Delegate of Iran, you've been recognized.
Thanks for the recognition. As the delegate of Venezuela mentioned, we have to use media and make a creative approach to this issue. As an example, we can say that the active and casual clothing brand United Colors of Benetton had a creative ad where black women feed with her breast a white baby. I think this kind of creative approach can make more influence. Thank you.
Delegates, please refrain from using first and second person language. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Finland would like to continue on his concerns for the lack of discussion on intersectionality, given that this topic has various implications and can severe the targets of these intersectional groups. The delegate of Finland would like to, for example, give out an example of a black woman who is a mother, a single mother, and in a very poor economic situation. Given that these factors can compile upon each other, this can further disadvantage not only athletes, but also normal people who are trying to enjoy sports in general. Developing a strategy that basically understands this intersectionality and finding ways to counter these effectively is essential. While arguably some delegates may say that this is supposed to be done separately, intersectionality shines in its combination of different elements, not in its separation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Jamaica. You've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. The delegation of Jamaica would like to show agreement with delegation of Venezuela about colorblind media campaigns. That certain color being promoted right, certain color being promoted, taking care of less jobs. We are concerned about the issues in that regard, and would like to collaborate more on that, and would like to introduce our inclusive approach as being like diverse nations, diverse island. Would like to reiterate and agree on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Chile. You now have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition. So, in order to add more to the discussion of anti-racism, we would like to indicate that in order to mitigate harmful stereotypes in the society, we have to encourage sponsors to avoid these kind of practices toward minority athletes through campaigns that emphasize skills, talent, and character over race or ethnicity, avoiding harmful stereotypes, and to keep going with this kind of portraying images that we have in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Under Chair's discretion, the moderated caucus will now be closed. Are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
Motion to move on to moderate caucus for the purpose of sharing ideas about youth empowerment. Individual speaking time 60 seconds and total duration time 10 minutes.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions in committee? Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Motion for a unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 5 minutes to quickly discuss differing ideas that came up in the moderated caucus and come to a conclusion and move on to the next subtopic.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move to an unmoderated caucus for the duration of 10 minutes to discuss the issues that the Finnish delegation has brought up during the moderated caucus. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The committee will now move into a voting procedure for an unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 10 minutes for the purpose of discussing the issues that Delegate of Finland has brought up. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placard high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. The vote counts does not match. Abstaining will not be allowed. Delegates wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your placards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. With 11 votes for and 3 votes against, this motion passes. The committee is now in an unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 10 minutes. Under Chair's discretion, the duration time will be set to 5 minutes.
This time is the last time that this thing about the
Delegates leaving the conference room during the unmoderated caucus is strictly prohibited. 이거 누가 쓰셨어요? 누가 쓰셨어요? 스텝? 세크레터리. Delegates, you have 1 minute remaining. Delegates, the time for the unmoderated caucus has now expired. Please be seated. The chair would like to re-emphasize that delegates to not leave the conference room during the unmoderated caucus. Leaving the conference room without the chair's permission is strictly prohibited. At this point of time, are there any points or motions in committee? Delegate of Ukraine, you've been recognized.
Thank you for your recognition. The delegate of Ukraine would like to motion for moderated caucus for 10 minutes, and each speech time is 1 minute, and talking about the youth empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points or motions in committee? Delegate of Chile, you've been recognized.
We would like to open a motion for an unmoderated caucus to discuss the main issues and solutions regarding to safeguardians with a length of 15 minutes.
Could the delegate restate the motion? Could the delegate of Chile restate the motion?
We would like to open a motion for a moderate caucus to discuss the main issues and solutions regarding to safeguardians with a length of 15 minutes.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions in committee? Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Motion for a moderated caucus to discuss the subtopic discrimination against people with disabilities in sports. For the total duration time of 10 minutes, individual speaking time of 1 minute.
Under Chair's discretion, the committee will move on to the voting procedure for a moderate caucus for the duration time of 10 minutes, with individual speaking time 1 minute for the topic of discussing people with disabilities. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placard high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. The vote count does not match. Abstaining is not allowed. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. With 6 votes for and 8 votes against, this motion does not pass. Next, the committee will move on to the voting procedure for the moderated caucus for duration time of 15, unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 15 minutes regarding the topic of safeguarding. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. With 2 votes for and 12 votes against, this motion does not pass. The committee will now move on to the voting procedure for the moderated caucus for the duration time of 10 minutes, with individual speaking time 1 minute, to discuss on the topic of youth empowerment. Delegates wishing to vote again for this motion, please raise your placards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. With 8 votes for and 6 votes against, this motion passes. The committee is now in a moderated caucus for the duration time of 10 minutes, with individual speaking time of 1 minute on the topic of youth empowerment. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. The delegation of Jamaica would like to reiterate sports in Jamaica are a vital tool for youth empowerment, helping young people develop essential life skills such as teamwork, leadership, discipline, and resilience. These skills contribute to personal growth and career opportunities. Efforts are being made to increase youth access to sport programs, facilities, and particularly in underserved communities. By providing positive outlets, Jamaica helps opens doors for young people advancement. Sport provides opportunity for young athletes and to connect with mentors and role models who inspire to guide them both in sports and in their broader life path. Sports programs are serving as effective means of diverting at-risk youth away from crime and violence. These programs offer structured activities that gives youth sense of purpose and belonging. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate wishing to speak, please raise your poll cards high. Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
Thanks for the recognition. Qatar has a program named PASS, introduced in August 2024, aims to enhance the academic capabilities of Qatari youth by providing them with the tools needed to excel the international standards. Additionally, the program emphasizes the importance of balancing academic and athlete pursuits, providing a comprehensive support system that Qatar's the unique needs of each participant. While Qatar has made significant efforts to empower youth in sports, there are still some areas that need improvement to fully realize the potential of young athletes. For example, lack of grassroots development is one problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your poll cards high. Delegate of Turkmenistan, Delegate of Finland, Delegate of Spain, Delegate of United Kingdom, Delegate of Ukraine, Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Sri Lanka, and Delegate of Qatar, in that order. Delegate of Turkmenistan, please. You've been recognized.
Delegate of Turkmenistan would like to develop the youth potential and express their opinions and participate in decision making. And Delegate of Turkmenistan would like to offer a solution regarding youth-driven policies, implement a policy where youth can propose laws or community initiatives with the best ideas voted on and potentially enacted by local governments. And we'd like to hear if there are any interested delegates regarding this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Finland. You've been recognized.
The delegate of Finland would like to thank the delegate of Turkmenistan for mentioning these measures. The delegate of Finland would like to show his interest in these. Also, the delegate of Finland would like to add on some details and ideas that the delegate has thought of. The delegate of Finland would like to suggest an autonomous adaptable toolkit, which would be in a measure, a simple kind of like guideline that will be provided for youth that will allow them to build on programs and initiatives on their own using either digital setups or just in real life. By combining these two mediums, the delegate of Finland believes that it will be able to basically reach targeted audiences and demographics certainly better than normal government initiatives. And the delegate of Finland also invites other delegates to join in and further discuss this toolkit. Thank you.
Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Youth as an underrepresented group with fresh ideas and with many of them belonging to minorities should be given platforms to amplify their voices, especially when it comes to intersectionality. Spain pushes for the amplification of voices of members belonging to multiple minority groups, and this can be done through campaigns that represent them, such as young disabled women of color. And we can do this through the collaboration between member states to give a platform for the youth to use their voices. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of United Kingdom. You've been recognized.
You can recognize the importance of the initiative like the Youth Investment Funds aim to provide high quality high quality education to enhance the youth participation. UK has also actively promote the engagement through the National Schools Weeks program. So, for the youth empowerment, UK want to propose the solution to create a youth-led sports council that engage young people in decision-making process related to the sports and sports policies. So, all the members in this community who has similar frameworks to promote sports, empower the youth worldwide, UK would like to cooperate with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Ukraine. You've been recognized.
Thank you for your recognition. The Ukraine has been through ongoing war, so that youth inclusion to the sports has been difficult and worse situation. So the delegate of Ukraine tried to suggest or like two point solutions to tackle this issues. The first one is rebuilding sports infrastructure and destroyed during the war, and try to make accessible to youth in those conflict regions, youth generations to the sports. And the second one is the partnership that developing countries or like EU countries or like more developing countries can accept the youth athletes from those who are in the conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Iran. You've been recognized.
Thanks for the recognition. The legal system in Iran is often used as a tool to suppress opposition. That's why young activists and youth are particularly vulnerable to arrest and torture. For that, solution could be a collaboration with another Muslim countries to create a bridge. It can be sports program as well between youth and government.
Thank you, Delegate of Sri Lanka. You've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. In the recognition of the youth empowerment with the sports, the Ministry of Youth Affairs and the Sports Ministry was formed in Sri Lanka. So, by the mission and vision, the country is working for that. And under the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, the Youth Service Bureau, Youth Camps, and Youth Force, those projects are ongoing, and they are working for the youth empowerment enhancement. So the enhancing the capacity of those ongoing projects is recommended. In addition to that, the in the education system, the sports relate specified courses in the undergraduate or the higher degrees in the postgraduate level are lacking. So therefore, it's recommended including sport-specific courses into the education system.
Delegate, please come to your closing
Okay,
remarks.
thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
This delegate highly agree with delegate of UK's opinions. Qatar recognized that youth are a vital resources for the nation's future and is fully committed to empowering youth. The thing that delegate of Qatar want to talk about is educations and innovation. Qatar support young people by providing quality educations and vocational training to ensure their success in a rapidly changing world, while fostering an environment that encourages innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Chair will conduct one more speech. Delegate wishing to speak, please raise your press high. Delegate of Russian Federation, you've been recognized.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The delegate of Russian Federation, for the educational programs have been a cornerstone of Russia's reform strategy in youth empowerment. Especially the I Play Fair campaign focuses on educating young athletes about the importance of clean competition and the risks of doping. With over 35,000 sports schools in Russia, these programs reach about 5 million children and youth, instilling a fairness mentality from a very early age. Having experienced the consequences of past mistakes, Russia uses the history to educate future generations, ensuring that the lessons learned lead to stronger and fairer sports practices globally. Also, using the facilities from the mega sports like Sochi Olympic and using the skate schools, reusing all the gaming standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The Chair will now close the moderated caucus. Are there any points or motions on the floor? Delegate of United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
Motion to move into the unmoderated caucus for the 25 minutes to discuss more about the youth empowerment.
Are there any other points or motions on the floor? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move into an unmoderated caucus for the duration of 15 minutes instead to discuss the youth empowerment suggestions that we came up with.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points or motions on the floor? Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Motion to place an order unmoderated caucus to talk to put into subject youth empowerment and come up with plan of actions. 10 minutes.
The House will conduct a vote for the unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 25 minutes with the purpose of discussing youth empowerment. Delegates wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your placards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. The House will conduct a revote since not all delegates present have cast their votes. Delegates wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your placards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. With 2 votes for and 12 votes against, this motion does not pass. The House will move on to the voting procedure for the unmoderated caucus for the duration time 15 minutes to discuss topics on youth empowerment. Delegates wishing to vote for this motion, please raise your placards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. With 10 votes for and 4 votes against, this motion passes. The House is now in a unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 15 minutes. Leaving the committee room will not be permitted. Delegates, you have 3 minutes remaining. Thank you, delegates. The time for the unmoderated caucus has now expired. Please be seated. At this point of time, are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move to a moderated caucus for the duration of 15 minutes with individual speaking time 60 seconds to discuss persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Delegate of Jamaica would like to propose moderated motion, 5 minutes of duration time, 1 minute each, 1 minute for each speaker, to reiterate what we have discussed in unmoderated caucus about youth empowerment and sports. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
Motion to move on to moderate debate for the purpose of talking about youth empowerment. Individual speaking time 60 seconds, total duration time 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. The House will move on to the voting procedure for a moderated caucus for the duration time of 15 minutes with individual speaking time of 60 seconds with the purpose of discussing persons with disabilities. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. With 8 votes for and 6 votes against, this motion passes. The House is now moderate caucus for 15 minutes with individual speaking time of 1 minute for the purpose of discussing persons with disabilities. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Finland, Delegate of Jamaica, Delegate of Kenya, Delegate of Sri Lanka, Delegate of Cote d'Ivoire, Delegate of United Kingdom, Delegate of Ukraine. In that order. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Finland believes that discrimination needs to be seen as an issue that needs to be seen in a comprehensive lens. Now that the delegates have finally reached the topic of disabilities, the delegate of Finland would like to suggest an additional policy that might fit together with disabilities, but also in terms of in expanding the meaning of sports. This being esports. The delegate of Finland has talked with other delegates in pre-conference, and some have expressed their researches and their points on the possibility for disabled people to perhaps access sports through esports particularly. And this does indeed push a case for inclusion within the sports industry. However, despite this thing, there is a stigma and there is a certain amount of biases against esports in general. So the delegate of Finland would like to open a discussion on how the delegates consider esports.
Thank you, Delegate of Jamaica. You now have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition. The delegation of Jamaica would like to reiterate efforts are being made to increase access to programs, including for youth with and without with disability and not. We find it very challenging to build to reiterate infrastructure wise, but we by the little intervention that we have made, positive outcomes are being observed. We will continue to intervene in the areas of such important matters, and we would like to learn from other delegates from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Kenya, you've been recognized.
Thank you for opportunity. In Kenya, there is insufficient data on PWDS. A resource mobilization strategy to increase coverage is needed. Going forward, research and statistics are needed to understand the economic impact of sports on PWDS, and there needs to be greater awareness of the importance of PWDS and investment in disability sports to build disability-friendly sports structures and equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Sri Lanka, you now have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition. The after 30 years of war and other major reasons, there is a huge disabled community there, and however, there are a lot of problems in inclusion them into the sports systems because of lack of infrastructure and also the economic problems. So, especially the high cost of prosthetic instruments and those things making hindrance of inclusion them into the sports system. So, technology transfer, collaboration with the other developed countries, and also in establishing a research and development in the local systems to find the solutions for this kind of prosthetic equipment development within the country are recommended for Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Cote d'Ivoire, you've been recognized.
Thanks for the opportunity. As actions of the worldwide, not only Cote d'Ivoire but also the another country, not only that they get not only some provides the classes, an instrument, and any actions belong sports, but also the environment like sports plays will be constructed soon or will be. But there's no plans after the physical empowerment, youth empowerment. So Cote d'Ivoire suggests them to be aware of mental things like how to control mental issues. So the delegates of Cote d'Ivoire do think the program-related mental program should need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
Barriers to participate for the people with disabilities was the issue the United Kingdom thinks a lot too. The inclusion of the individuals with disabilities in sports is essential for fostering the inclusive society. The UK has been leader in disability inclusion throughout its promotion for the Paralympic Games, which showcased the incredible achievements of athletes with disabilities. We propose Using the Fit for Lifelines to promote global initiatives that enhance access to sports for people with disabilities and ensure their inclusion in every aspect. Also, UK would like international partnerships and ideas to listen from the member states from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Ukraine. You now have the floor.
Thank you for your recognition. The delegate of Ukraine also deeply understand the importance of inclusion, those who has the disability, because since the Ukraine has a lot of soldiers or citizens who lost their arms and legs because of the war, and then our inclusion of disability is really getting serious issues, and then um, the and then there is like two type of disability. The one is physical disability and the second one is the mental health, as Koto Dibor mentioned. And then there's a mental health program that um, is organized by sports added organization, and then tackling with the PTSD of the war or depression, and then try to use sports as a tool of the try to recover and try to enjoy the sports. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Spain, Delegate of Jamaica, Delegate of Turkmenistan, Delegate of Iran, Delegate of Kenya, Delegate of Russian Federation, Delegate of Ukraine, Delegate of Finland, in that order. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Spain would also like to recognize the limitations of disability inclusion and discrimination of disabilities within the disabled community in sports. Spain believes that organizations such as the Paralympics should rethink regulations that cause more harm than good by excluding certain disabilities or only including others. Spain urges the IOC and member states to rethink the definition of disability and eliminate restrictive regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Delegate of Jamaica would like to emphasize to understand the importance of the issue, while Jamaica is continuously working towards inclusion, while this has been just demonstrated by its continuous effort to include people with disability in its sports team, in its active participation in Paralympic from the 1968 from on. This can be demonstrated by the 24 gold medals and total of 52 gold medals that we have on Paralympics. Yet we still like lies a lot to work for. Yet challenges remain, and we are continuously working to a more inclusive and a more platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Turkmenistan, you now have the floor.
Thank you for recognition. Regarding this case, for people with physical disability in Turkmenistan, there is a big development regarding this issue. It is provided such services like free transportation, groceries in daily basis on big sale, presents and gifts during holidays. And especially in case of Paralympic sports athletes, there are more than 110 participants are training for upcoming 2028 Paralympic Games. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Iran, you've been recognized.
Thanks for the recognition. Before starting some extracurricular programs in Iran, the delegate of Iran saying that it would be better to fix the basic study system to make it happen. It would be great to organize mental and physical workshops or classes with the parents of school students with physical disabilities. As a result, we can guarantee basic knowledge to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Kenya, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the opportunity. The most important thing in inclusion of people with disability is to mainstream disability sport. Disability is diverse and should not be categorized as one thing. Kenya needs to diversify and segment disability to broaden the scope of protection. And Kenya needs to diversify and segment disability to broaden the scope of protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Russian Federation, you now have the floor.
Thank you for recognition. The delegate of Russian Federation agree with the delegate of Finland with esports. As mentioned earlier, esports officially recognized by the Russian government as a legitimate form of sport. Offers significant opportunities for disabled individuals. The 2024 National Disabled Esport Tournament, where disabled participated in, held in July, featured events like wheelchair racing, indoor rowing, and cross-country skiing simulations. These competitions illustrate VR and movement-based console games. Aligned with UNESCO goal of inclusion of the disability, Russia proposes expanding this digital sports opportunity as part of the broader strategy. And Russian Federation believe that this.
Please come to your closing remarks.
Thank you.
Delegate of Ukraine, you've been recognized.
Thank you for your recognition. The delegate of Ukraine also agree with the Sri Lanka, and then like we should tackle with the lack of infrastructure, such for the inclusive sports like para sports. Para sports should be differentiate from the other sports, and then investing in those infrastructure like raising coaches of para sports specifically. That's also should be included, and then also para sports could be a hope to those who has a disabilities or who started to have the disabilities. So that's what the delegate of Ukraine wants to emphasize again. Thank you.
Delegate of Finland, you now have the floor.
The delegate of Finland would like to thank the Russian Federation for mentioning the benefits of esports. Finland would also like to explain its current stance with esports, along with like the immense growth that esports has seen and the potential that it harbors. Finland has a strong esports tradition, particularly in first-person shooters, with notable players in games like Counter-Strike and Valorant. Despite a smaller market other than other Northern European countries, Finland supports esports through domestic leagues and events such as Icm Meisters and Assembly. The Finnish Esports Federation is officially recognized, and Finnish professional players are classified as athletes for tax purposes. Finland also promotes its video game industry through government support and educational programs in esports. This serves as an economic benefit, but also, in addition to this, let this delegate pose an interesting point. If esports is not supposed to be considered a sport, then isn't this just basically another bubble outside the system that has nothing related with the current policies that are being made? Esports in itself is another unique realm that needs care. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your poll cross eye. Delegate of Spain, Delegate of Jamaica, Delegate of Finland, in that order. Delegate of Spain, you now have the floor.
The delegation of Spain would also like to show support to the idea of esports as a means to include people with disabilities in sports. The delegate of Spain would also like to suggest to member states to think about disabled people on all levels, not just the playing field, but also the decision-making level. Spain also believes that people with disabilities are not well represented, and many people are unaware of the hardships they go through. And finally, we would like to push for delegates to not only think about physical disabilities, but also mental disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Jamaica, you now have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition. Jamaica is dedicating and promoting adaptive sports platforms such as esports, ensuring that individuals with disabilities have equal opportunity to participate in sport alongside able-bodied individuals. Efforts are underway to make sport facilities more accessible to those with disabilities. From inclusive designs to the provision of specialized equipment, Jamaica seeks to ensure full participation in sporting activities, and Jamaica proudly supports the Paralympic movement, encouraging athletes with disability to represent the nation at international events, fostering inclusivity and national pride. This can be demonstrated by our Paralympic participation in the number of awards we have received. Through various initiatives, Jamaica aims to raise awareness about disability and challenge related stigmas. Sport are used as a platform to change perceptions and promote equal opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Finland, you now have the floor.
The delegate of Finland would like to continue on what he was saying in the last statement, but currently, if esports is considered outside of the bubble of sports, then it basically creates an issue where there is no outstanding regulation that falls upon esports other than a general policy of discrimination. This poses a challenge in the same way that this committee is discussing in terms of specific context consideration. Esports itself is filled with inflammatory language. Those who have played League of Legends and or Valorant or any other popular game in this committee, as this delegate trusts other delegates to be, they would have seen their fair share of discriminatory languages and a lot of flaming or hearsay for common say for toxic behavior. Given this, it is in the interest of sports to include esports, to bring them into this new framework instead of making them adapt and create their own independent instruments. This is essential for inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. The time for the moderated caucus has now expired. Are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
Motion to move on to the unmoderated caucus for the 20 minutes to discuss more about the people with disabilities.
In the interest of time and to ensure that all topics are discussed, the chair will not be accepting this motion. Are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move on to unmoderated caucus for the duration of 10 minutes to discuss disabilities.
Chair must decline this motion in order to ensure we address the remaining topics. Are there any points or motions in committee? Delegate of Turkmenistan, you've been recognized.
We will like to propose youth empowerment for 10 minutes total and 1 minute each to moderate caucus.
The chair suggests that delegates to discuss on the next subtopic session. Are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Finland, you were recognized.
Motion for a unmoderated caucus to discuss safeguarding.
Please state the duration time.
For 20 minutes.
Chair stands corrected. The House will move on to a unmoderated voting procedure for an unmoderated caucus for the duration time 10 minutes for the purpose of discussing disabled people. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your black cards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your black cards high. 10 votes for and 4 votes against, this motion passes. The committee is in now an unmoderated caucus for the duration of 10 minutes for the purpose of discussing disabled people. Thank you, delegates. The time for the unmoderated caucus has now expired. At this point of time, are there any points or motions on the floor? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move to a moderated caucus for the duration of 5 minutes, with individual speaking time 60 seconds to share the solutions that have been discussed during the unmoderated caucus. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any other points or motions in the committee? Seeing none, the committee will now move on to the voting procedure for the motion to move into a moderated caucus for the duration time of 5 minutes and individual speaking time of 60 seconds for the purpose of discussing the matters from the previous session. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placard's eye. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placard's eye. With the overwhelming majority, the motion passes. The committee is now in a moderated caucus for the duration time of 5 minutes. Delegates wishing to speak, raise your placards high. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Delegate of Finland would like to reiterate its points in that the inclusion of esports within the broader framework of sports is basically an act that encompasses the broader discrimination area. And this is something that needs to be done in order to make sure that new generational sports are not ignored in the development of sports. The delegate of Finland would like to say that while the IOC has policies that will allow it to basically search for new emerging kinds of sports that are enjoyed by youth, it does not necessarily have like a very flexible process in doing so. So I would like to suggest like programs that might go on and search out and initiate surveys in different nations on what kind of leisure activities or what kind of group activities youth are engaging in to maybe find out whether these new emerging sports could be considered as more legitimate categories. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Jamaica, Delegate of Spain, and Delegate of Sri Lanka, in that order. Delegate of Jamaica, you now have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition. Delegate of Jamaica would like to reiterate the definition of esports. Esport is for sport for people with both ability and disability. Thus, we would like to divert our attention in a very focused manner in inclusion of people with disability. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate of Spain, you now have the floor.
The delegate of Spain would like to share the points that have been discussed during the unmoderated caucus, especially concerning physical disabilities. With other delegates, Spain has identified the following issues: training coaches for parasports and the inclusion of disabled coaches for this category, and how there should be more involvement in the decision-making level. Spain would also like to address the accessibility issues in the advertising of the Paralympics through social media. And finally, to make a more distinguished name or form of advertisement for the Paralympics. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Sri Lanka, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. Delegation of Sri Lanka also recognized the potential of the digital esports or esports in the utilization it into the inclusion of disabled people into the sports, and also same time research and development activities related to those things also will improve the capacity of quality physical education and also the other infrastructure facilities in the sports related to the digital sports, and it will be ultimately support for the development of the sports of the country. So we also recognize the that potential of esports or the digital sports. Thank you.
Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
United Kingdom wants on strategies that enhance the accessibility of the Paralympics, not only to improve the infrastructure improvement, but the athletic program, especially led by the Spain. We want to add upon the collaboration, especially between the Paralympic and the International Olympics to show the world more about the efforts the Paralympic can do and the same hype to them. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your cards high. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
The delegate of Finland would like to actually question what the delegate of Spain has brought on in the previous moderated caucus about mental illnesses being a disability to focus upon. And the delegate of Finland is wondering what kind of discussions were done in the unmoderated caucus regarding this.
Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your cards high. Delegates of Spain, please. Delegate of Spain, delegate of Iran, in that order. Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Unfortunately, due to insufficient time, we were not able to raise the points in the unmoderated caucus. Perhaps it would be a good idea to have an additional unmoderated caucus to discuss this.
Delegate of Iran, you've been recognized.
Esports could be a great solution, but it would be good to keep in mind that they may disconnect people from the real world. That's why there should be some kind of handbook to keep it in balance. Thank you.
The time for the moderated caucus has now expired. Are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Motion for an unmoderated caucus for the total duration time of 7 minutes for continuing discussions on, for example, mental illnesses, unfinished discussions on health concerns for esports, etc.
Are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Turkmenistan, you've been recognized.
Delegate of Turkmenistan like to propose U.S. empowerment for moderated caucus 10 minutes, 1 minute each. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any points or motions in the committee? Seeing none, the committee will move on to the voting procedure for a unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 7 minutes for the purpose of discussing health issues regarding esports. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your cards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your cards high. The House will conduct a re-vote since not all delegates present have cast their votes. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your cards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your cards high. The House will conduct a re-vote since not all delegates present have cast their votes. Delegates abstain will not be allowed. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your cards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your cards high. Delegates abstentions will not be allowed. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your cards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your cards high. With 10 votes for and 4 votes against, the motion passes. The committee will move on to a unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 7 minutes. Thank you, delegates. The time for the unmoderated caucus has now expired. Are there any points or motions on the floor? Delegate of United Kingdom, you've been recognized.
Motion to adjourn the meeting for the dinner time. Thank you.
There has been a motion to adjourn the session. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your placards high. Abstentions will not be allowed. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placards high. With a unanimous vote, the motion passes. The session is now adjourned. committee is now officially in session. The session will begin by conducting a roll call. When the chair calls out the delegations in alphabetical order, please respond by raising the placards and saying present or present and voting. Delegate of Chile. Delegate of Chile. Delegate of Chile. Delegate of Cote d'Ivoire.
Present and vote.
Delegate of Finland.
Present.
Delegate of Iran.
Present.
Delegate of Jamaica.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Kenya.
Present.
Delegate of Qatar.
Present.
Delegate of Russian Federation.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Spain.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Sri Lanka.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Turkmenistan.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Ukraine.
Present.
Delegate of United Kingdom.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Venezuela.
Present and voting.
The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF.
Present.
UN Women.
Present.
International Olympic Committee, IOC.
Present.
Republic of Korea.
Present.
Are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move to an unmoderated caucus for the duration of 15 minutes for the purpose of discussing safeguarding in sports.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions in the House? Delegate of Qatar.
Motion to move on to moderate debate for the purpose of sharing idea about safeguarding, total duration 15 minutes, and individual speaking time 60 seconds.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions in the House? Seeing none, the committee will move on to the voting procedure for an unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 15 minutes for the purpose of discussing safeguarding. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your cards high. Delegates wishing to vote against this motion, please raise your cards high. With 10 votes for and 3 votes against, the motion passes. The committee is now in an unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 15 minutes. Delegates, under Chair's discretion, the remaining time for the unmoderated caucus will be extended to 10 minutes. Delegates, you have 3 minutes remaining. Delegates, you have 1 minute remaining. Thank you, delegates. The time for the unmoderated caucus has now expired. Are there any points or motions on the floor? Delegate Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move on to a moderated caucus for the duration of 10 minutes with speaking time of 60 seconds to discuss what we have talked about in the unmoderated caucus.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any other points or motions on the floor? Seeing none, the committee will move directly into the voting procedure for the motion for a moderate caucus, duration time of 10 minutes with individual speaking time of 60 seconds for the purpose of discussing contents from the unmoderated caucus. Delegates wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your cards high. With the overwhelming majority, the motion automatically passes. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your cards high. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
The unmonitored caucus basically touched upon safeguarding as an element to add towards the gaps and holes that might be inside specific policies. Perhaps there was the discussions considered, at the very least, whether safeguarding could perhaps be like an all size solution for the meanwhile until specific solutions can come in and deal with specific problems. Of the issues that were targeted, one was monitoring and accountability, where we touched upon various issues such as data and policy. We had also issues such as overtraining and match fixing. These issues, I believe, this delegate believes that other delegates would explain further. And finally, support systems were also spoken about extensively within the unmoderated caucus, and this delegate is excited to hear more specifics from each of the members in this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your cards high. Delegate of Turkmenistan, you've been recognized.
Thank you for your recognition. Safeguarding is critical to ensuring the safety and well-being of all individuals, particularly the most vulnerable in our society. In Turkmenistan, safeguarding means protecting children, young people, and at-risk populations from harm, abuse, and exploitation. It involves creating safe environments in schools, sports, workplace, and communities where everyone is treated with respect and dignity. Effective safeguarding requires clear policies, education, and vigilance. It's about ensuring that those in positions of authority, such as teachers, coaches, and respond to signs of harm by prioritizing safeguarding. We are not only protecting individuals from immediate dangers, but also fostering trust and security in our communities, which is essential for their growth and development. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your card sign. Delegate of Jamaica, Delegate of Kenya, Delegate of Russian Federation, Delegate of Qatar, in that order. Delegate of Jamaica, you've been recognized.
Thank you for the recognition. The delegate of Jamaica have constructive meeting with delegate of Finland, delegate of Qatar, delegate of Ukraine, and other delegates who are participating in the consultative meeting. We have fruitful meetings. We have addressed quite varying issues in, affecting our individual countries or our delegate countries. We highlighted the need for legal support for both athletes and the issues that have the pressure that has been placed upon athletes in terms of match fixing, underplay, overplay, and the bribe and money corruption that's happening in there. And also we have highlighted about the need for health checkup in terms of health doping related, and the Russian delegates have shared their successful experience in utilizing the data integration and using anonymous reporting. They have also the delegation of Jamaica reiterate have been dealt with the issue in protecting athletes training, and by creating training and awareness, reporting mechanisms, and by putting in place child protection policies. And we would like to discuss this further with our delegation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Kenya, you now have the floor.
Kenya is supporting a large number of refugees and is the second largest refugee hosting country in Africa. Kenya is implementing a project called Sport for Cohesion and Development with the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, called the UNHCR, funded by the Olympic Refugee Foundation. The project has improved the social cohesion and development of young people affected by forced displacement through safe sports. It has also started to develop inclusive sports complexes where young refugees, Kenyans, and Kenyans with disabilities can come together to play sports. Therefore, countries need to change their perceptions to encourage their participation of people with disabilities, women, and even refugees in sport to make sports truly inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Russian Federation, you now have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition. The delegate of Russian Federation want to talk about the establishment of mandatory education and training programs where the coaches and athletes and sports officials on safeguarding policies and practices. And according to that, we also want to address where we should have an anonymous reporting system. And according to that, implement and establish an organization that look upon these reported data, and also keep an eye on how the data could be manipulated on false regards, according to the governments. And we also want to address fact of power imbalance in between the coaches and athletes, and how that could abuse the athletes in ongoing situations, and also a mandatory physical psychological checklist where athletes could continuously be looked upon their current state. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Qatar, you now have the floor.
Honorable Chair, thank you for the recognitions. Qatar's safeguarding system is focused on protecting vulnerable groups and preventing harm or retaliation. In educational institutions and workplaces, there are clear guidelines for reporting incidents such as violence, exploitations, or discrimination. The system is designed to ensure swift and effective actions with policies in place that clearly outline the steps to take when a safeguarding issue arises. The government also operates a retaliation prevention mechanism to protect workers who report abuses or mistreatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegates wishing to speak, please raise your placards high. Delegate of Finland, Delegate of Turkmenistan, and Delegate of Ukraine, and Delegate of Jamaica, in that order. Delegate of Finland, you've been recognized.
Finland would like to reiterate three issues that seem to come in common within the safeguarding issue. The first is sport-specific policies. As discussed within the discrimination sections before, these policies need to consider the sports context specificity in order to be effective. So in order to protect people, which is the goal of safeguarding at the very least, then it needs to recognize specific circumstances and work towards it. Next, there is also an issue about policy communication. As many delegates may know, politics affect and sociocultural events basically affect how policies are accepted within society. And when policies are miscommunicated as a form of favoritism or a form of prejudices as well, then it is harder for policies to become more effective as actors will basically cause backlash. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Turkmenistan, you now have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition. Delegate of the Turkmenistan is in the accordance with the Russian Federation's delegate's suggestion, and would like to suggest social media activism boot camps, create programs that teach how to leverage social media for activism and safeguarding, turning online platforms into tools for real-world change. For example, the Headspace program in Australia offers mental health services tailored for young people and young athletes, including workshops and online resources. Thank you so much.
Delegate of Ukraine, you now have the floor.
Thank you for your recognition. Also, Delegate of Ukraine recognized as the importance of the safeguarding, and then as Russian Federation mentions, there could be a power imbalance in the sports industry, and a lot of cases, youth or like gender or like more vulnerable groups are underestimated. And then that's why we should hire the professional sports psychologists, as Delegate of Sri Lanka suggested, and also anonymous reporting system should be established, as Russian Federation, Delegate of Russian Federation mentioned. And okay, so lastly, also the Delegate of Ukraine also highlights the distancing and match fixing also could be the one solution suggested by Delegate of Jamaica. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Delegate of Jamaica, you now have the floor.
Thank you for the recognition. Jamaica remains committed to safeguarding athletes from abuse, harassment, and exploitation. Special attention is placed on providing safe environment for minors through the implementation of robust safeguarding policies. Comprehensive safeguarding training is essential for all individuals involved in sport, including coach, officials, and support staff. These training ensure that individuals can recognize signs of abuse and know how to know the procedure of reporting. Jamaica continues to develop and strengthen reporting structures within sports organizations. This mechanism allows for timely and effective addressing safeguarding concerns, ensuring transparency and accountability. Jamaica is actively aligning child protection policies with its international standards, focusing on protecting young athletes from harm and inappropriate behavior within sporting environments. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. The time for the moderated caucus has now expired. Are there any points or motions on the floor? Delegate of Spain, you've been recognized.
Motion to move to an unmoderated caucus for the duration of 30 minutes for the purpose of drafting resolutions.
Thank you, delegate. Are there any other points or motions on the floor? Delegate of Qatar, you've been recognized.
Motion to move on to moderate debates. Individual speaking time 90 seconds, total duration time 5 minutes, for the purpose of sharing ideas that will meet some of the delegates' opinion about youth empowerment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Are there any other points or motions on the floor? Seeing none, the committee will move on to the voting procedure for the unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 30 minutes with the purpose of drafting resolution. Delegates who are voting for the motion, please raise your placards high. Delegates voting against this motion, please raise your placards high. With 8 votes for and 5 votes against, this motion passes. The committee is now in an unmoderated caucus for the duration time of 30 minutes.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Are we allowed to use our computers?
Under Chair's discretion, the delegates will be allowed to use electronic devices for the current caucus. The purpose of using electronic devices shall be limited to drafting resolutions. Delegates, the chair kindly reminds you that the use of electronic devices should be strictly limited to draft resolutions. So, delegates, under the chair's discretion, the remaining time for the unmoderated caucus will be extended to 30 minutes. Delegates, the chair is extending the unmoderated caucus by 30 minutes. The caucus will conclude at 8:50.
Oh no, please.
Delegates, you have about 3 minutes remaining, and there will be no further extension to the caucus. Delegates, you have 1 minute remaining. Thank you, delegates. The time for the unmoderated caucus has now expired. Please return to your seat. At this point of time, are there any points or motions in the committee? Delegate of Ukraine, you've been recognized.
Thank you for your recognition. The delegate of Ukraine would like to endure the meeting until tomorrow 9 a.m.
There has been a motion to adjourn the session. Those wishing to vote for the motion, please raise your placards high. Those wishing to vote against, please raise your placards high. With 12 votes for and 1 vote against, the motion passes. The session is now adjourned.